Chapter 792. 20 slaps to the face. And he even slapped himself? The onlookers at the side widened their eyes. They had never seen such an exciting thing in their lives. Some of them clearly knew that if they continued to stay here and saw such a scene, they might really be in trouble. However, if they left now, it would be a huge loss for them. Such a rare scene, if they missed it, they did not know how long they would have to wait. Those who lived in Blackfire City, even if they did not live in Blackfire City, as long as they had heard of Song Yan's name, they would know how powerful he was. But now, a young man who was not even 20 years old had made such a request. Would Song Yan do as he was told? Or would Song Yan choose to kill this person directly? Everyone held their breaths, waiting to see how things would unfold. Song Yan was naturally cursing Li Zongjiu in his heart. In fact, he was even a little angry. Even though Li Zongjiu was an honorary elder and was extremely important to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he, Song Yan, might not be able to order him to commit such a self-harming act. Naturally, it was not a problem for Song Yan to be injured and bleed a little. But in this situation, such an excessive request, it was a matter of face. How could he comply? If this slap really landed on his face, then he, Song Yan, would not be able to continue living in Blackfire City in the future. With his current status, if he were to be humiliated by a little kid, then where would his prestige be in the future? Therefore, in Song Yan's heart, he was naturally unwilling to do so. When Li Zongjiu's honorary elder token appeared, Song Yan already knew who Li Zongjiu was. The Heavenly Pill Pavilion naturally had to spread the news of an honorary elder's appearance. Otherwise, if these people accidentally offended their honorary elder, wouldn't it be like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple? Furthermore, Li Zongjiu had been an honorary elder for a period of time. The news had already spread everywhere. Ordinary people might not pay too much attention to it. They might think that this was just a way for the Heavenly Pill Pavilion to attract attention. In reality, it was not that powerful. However, as an internal member of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he naturally knew of Li Zongjiu's strength and potential. Elder, what happened earlier was Song Yan's fault. He had eyes but failed to see and offended you. This 10,000-year longevity fruit is my apology. Song Yan handed over a brocade box. Money makes the world go round. There was nothing that money couldn't solve. If they did, then they would use pills, spiritual herbs, origin tools, and origin stones. This kind of thing had to be useful at least. Even Song Yan would feel the pinch if he had to hand over the 10,000-year longevity fruit. In order to obtain this 10,000-year longevity fruit, he had paid a great price. Even now, he was still reluctant to consume it. Even so, the effects of this 10,000-year longevity fruit would definitely be extraordinary if consumed directly. It might even be comparable to the effects of a grade 7 spiritual herb. Li Zongjiu did not even blink as he kept the box. Li Yun, who was behind him, rubbed her eyes when she saw this scene. The situation had changed too quickly. Even with her intelligence, she still could not figure out what was going on. It seemed that Li Zongjiu had only taken out a token, but it was enough to make this seemingly powerful old man in front of her fearful. He had originally wanted to kill the two of them, but now he had taken out a precious medicinal herb. This item definitely could not be bought outside. Looking at the covetous looks on the faces of the people around them, it was obvious. This item was definitely not simple. A 10,000-year item must be very powerful. Although Li Yun was also an alchemist, her realm had not reached such a level. This item was almost at the level of a grade 7 spiritual herb. It was simply a wishful thinking. Seeing Li Zongjiu accept his item, Song Yan felt a sharp pain in his heart. However, he was also very glad. At least he only had to pay a small price and did not lose face. Although the 10,000-year longevity fruit was precious, it could not compare to his current status. Then reduce it by 10. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. The smile on Song Yan's face froze before it could even spread. He had never thought that Li Zhongjiu would say this. What did he mean? Reduce it by 10. Could this 10,000-year longevity fruit only be worth 10 slaps from these mouths? This was obviously raising the price. It was obvious that he wanted to rip Song Yan off. Song Yan's face turned extremely ugly. Although he had a few treasures on him, he was reluctant to sell them. Soon, Song Yan made up his mind. Even if he was the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he was still a manager. He was in charge of many affairs in Blackfire City. Li Zhongjiu, you are the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, so I respect you. However, don't think that with this token, you can do whatever you want in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. If you insist on making things difficult for me, then we can only fight to the death. Song Yan threw the token back to Li Zhongjiu angrily. Li Yan could not understand what was going on. Why was she angry again? Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, laughed. The corners of his mouth curled up. He looked at Song Yan. Like I said, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion has such good conditions, yet it is still unable to become one of the top forces in the empire. Today I finally understand. As the honorary elder, I have to clean up the tumors in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion for the glory of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Li Zhongjiu said. The content of his words caused Song Yan's heart to jump. Li Zhongjiu, don't you dare! Song Yan shouted angrily. In the next moment, Li Zhongjiu's eyes became extremely ferocious. In the next moment, his figure flashed and he rushed in front of Song Yan. When Song Yan saw the change in Li Zhongjiu's eyes, he was already prepared. When Li Zhongjiu rushed out, Song Yan immediately activated his Yuan power. At the same time, he pushed his own aura to its peak. Grade 8 Yuan King. Boom! You don't have the ability to defeat me, Song Yan roared. However, in the next moment, the desolate heaven essence in Li Zhongjiu's hand broke through Song Yan's Yuan power defense. Diamond Chainmail. A golden light was released from Song Yan's body. A black robe immediately appeared on his body. In the face of such a terrifying threat, he naturally had to use his strongest defense. Bang! The black robe was instantly torn into pieces. At the same time, the rod hit Song Yan's head. Song Yan's head immediately exploded on the spot. His eyes widened and his head exploded. Blood splattered and gushed out like a fountain. The terrifying bloody light rushed to the ceiling. Then, Song Yan's corpse fell to the ground. When they saw this scene, everyone present felt a sense of suffocation. That person, wasn't he the overlord of Blackfire City, Song Yan? Although he was not the overlord, he was definitely one of the big shots in Blackfire City. Song Yan's head exploded just like that. Wouldn't it have been better to just give him a few slaps? Why did he have to give up his life? Sigh. Li Zhongjiu felt extremely helpless in his heart. When it came to killing people, it was because he had no other choice. He was not a psychopathic killer. Chapter 793. When Li Zhongjiu killed Song Yan with a single strike of his staff, the surrounding people couldn't believe their eyes. However, there were still Song Yan's men waiting outside. When they rushed in, they saw Song Yan lying in a pool of blood. How dare you kill the manager of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion? When the leader saw the corpse, his mind went blank. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Do you want to die here too? Li Zhongjiu glanced at the leader of the guards. The guard was well aware of Li Zhongjiu's identity. After all, Song Yan had already said that Li Zhongjiu was the legendary honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. There were only a few honorary elders in the entire Heavenly Pill Pavilion. To the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, guards like them were considered outsiders. However, when he saw his manager die, he had to roar. At the same time, it was also a way to boost his morale. Otherwise, he would have at least said something. This is a serious matter. If you don't explain it clearly, don't even think about leaving safely. The guard said. After all, he was loyal to Song Yan. Now that Song Yen was dead, facing an honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, he couldn't make up his mind. After leaving these harsh words, he left with his men. At the same time, he carried Song Yan's corpse away. The group of people also left in a grandiose manner. At the same time, Huamei and Nether Pill Saint were also taken away, along with his disciple, Meng Xinghua. None of the three could escape. This was the order of the manager before he died. Naturally, it had to be strictly carried out. When the onlookers in the inn saw Li Zongjiu take care of the three forces alone, they were shocked. Moreover, he killed Song Yen. They admired Li Zongjiu even more. This kind of action was too cool. They couldn't believe their eyes. This inn is too shabby. Let's go, Li Zongjiu said to Li Yun. Li Yun was now slightly frightened by the bloody scene in front of her. It wasn't the sight of blood spurting out from his neck that was frightening. It was because things were developing too fast that Li Yun couldn't keep up with the pace. That was why such a situation happened. Oh, I'm coming. Li Yun followed behind Li Zongjiu. As for Li Zongjiu, Tian Fei was also woken up by Li Zongjiu. Tian Fei was actually knocked unconscious by Li Zongjiu. This was too embarrassing. The group of people swaggered out of here. The innkeeper wanted to cry but had no tears. Several people had fought in his inn, but in the end there was no explanation. He didn't even know where to find an explanation for this matter. My door, my hall, even across dozens of streets, they could clearly hear the innkeeper's heart-wrenching cries. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't care. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. The three of them stayed in this medium-sized inn. Some of the more high-class inns were directly full. There were too many rich people. Although Li Zongjiu was overbearing, he couldn't just run into someone's room and throw them out. Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, I'll be there. Li Zongjiu looked at Li Yun's somewhat frightened appearance and said. Li Yun nodded her head vigorously. Today's journey was really too dangerous. Even an expert like Tian Fei couldn't handle it. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu had a way. Moreover, it seemed that this Li Zongjiu's strength was far above Tian Fei's. This dark horse elixir assembly should be a competition for everyone to refine elixirs together, right? Li Yun looked at Li Zongjiu and asked. At the same time, she hoped that Li Zongjiu wouldn't participate in some strange competition. Moreover, the name of the competition sounded quite normal. Most likely, nothing bad would happen. Something like that, Li Zongjiu recalled. Although participating in this dark horse elixir assembly, whether it was during the competition or after the competition, only less than half of the alchemists could survive. However, relatively speaking, the competition was quite peaceful. At least, there wasn't a large-scale massacre. Only the alchemist's skills were inferior, but the people's hearts were not enough. That's good. I'm going to cultivate too. Remember to call me tomorrow, Li Yun said. Then, Li Yun turned around and entered her room. Li Zongjiu was safe and sound, and everything was calm and tranquil. However, in Black Fire City, it caused a huge uproar. Song Yan's death immediately caused the few large factions within Black Fire City, which had been oppressed for a long time, to erupt one after another. At the same time, those who had long coveted the authority and status in Song Yan's hands began to fight with each other at this moment. Until now, no one had come to find trouble with Li Zongjiu, because there was really no need. After all, Li Zongjiu's strength was right there. Song Yan was the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Regardless of whether it was true or not, if someone wanted to avenge Song Yan's death, it would naturally be someone from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. If the people above were not anxious, then there was even less of a need for the people below to be anxious. It was better for them to focus on snatching some benefits that were related to themselves first. For a time, within Black Fire City, there was smoke everywhere. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, there were some disturbances. Although Song Yan was said to be greedy, he did have his own methods. The scattered forces in the surroundings were all tidied up neatly. Li Yun sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating and cultivating. Li Zhongjiu had previously taught her a set of human flame cultivation technique. If she cultivated this set of techniques, she would be able to directly produce a kind of flame energy from her own body. As for what kind of energy it was, Li Yun was not very clear. However, she knew that it must be a powerful move. In order not to disappoint Li Zhongjiu, and at the same time, to revitalize the family, Li Zhongjiu could not be the only one working hard in such a big family. If that was the case, it would be very difficult to support such a family. Therefore, Li Yun was determined to work hard in her cultivation. However, in the latter half of the night, there were some shocking noises coming from everywhere in Blackfire City. It was so noisy that Li Yun was very dissatisfied when she heard it. Why is Blackfire City so noisy in the middle of the night? Li Yun could not help but complain. Little did they know that the situation in Blackfire City today was actually very much related to Li Yun's word. Chapter 794. The next day, Feng Tingfei and the rest of the people from 100 Medicine Pavilion went straight to Blackfire City. Why does Blackfire City feel weird today? After Feng Tingfei and the rest entered the city, they could clearly feel that the surrounding atmosphere was a little strange. Moreover, when some people stared at them, they were extremely vigilant. The entire city was also filled with a faint smell of blood. It seems that Blackfire City is not very peaceful recently, Feng Tingfei said slowly. He looked around the surrounding situation. Where are my boss and the rest? Kun Erasure asked. Previously, Li Zhongjiu directly killed a person at this banquet in exchange for Kun Arashi's opportunity. Of course, Feng Tingfei had to bring Kun Arashi's money. Otherwise, Li Zhongjiu would have killed Feng Tingfei directly. With Li Zhongjiu's current status, it was not difficult for him to kill Feng Tingfei. He's in the inn not far ahead, Feng Tingfei said. At the same time, he pointed to the front. He had already investigated Li Zhongjiu's location on the way here. When he arrived here early in the morning, he had also received a report from the spies in the city. This time, 100 Medicine Pavilion had a total of 3 alchemists participating in the Dark Horse Pill Gathering. Although the 100 Medicine Pavilion was the main member of the Dark Horse Pill Gathering, the 100 Medicine Pavilion did not have the qualifications to control anything because of the enormous power of the Dark Horse Pill Gathering. They could only maintain the beginning of the pill gathering. Even they would not be able to control what would happen after that. The other 2 herbal medicine merchants were also the organizers of the Dark Horse Elixir Gathering. The 3 organizers were also supervising each other. In terms of fairness, they could not overstep their boundaries. As for the other contestant of 100 Medicine Pavilion, he was also an expert who cultivated in Sacred Flame Royal City. Compared to Mr. Lon, this old man was more low-key. In this city, they only opened a small medical hall and focused on practicing alchemy. Their alchemy level had already reached the level of Advanced Grade 5. The title of South Heaven Pill King was actually an exaggeration. Some experts were capable of challenging the South Heaven Pill King. However, considering the South Heaven Pill King's age at that time, his achievement was indeed not bad. Li Zhongjiu and Li Yun were having breakfast in the inn. Tian Fei did not appear. After all, Tian Fei himself also needed to cultivate. Although Tian Fei's talent was good, he had not completely reached the level of Li Zhongjiu, who could casually increase his strength. Boss! Kun Arashi's figure appeared at the entrance of the inn, and with a glance, he saw Li Zhongjiu's figure. Kun Arasher, you are here. Li Zhongjiu saw Kun Arasher and greeted the latter to sit down. This is my cousin, Li Yen. This is Kun Arasher, my friend. Li Zhongjiu first introduced the two to each other. Li Yun and Kun Arasher greeted each other, and at the same time, carefully looked at Kun Arasher. Although Li Zhongjiu's strength was strong, after all, he was relatively young and had little experience. Perhaps he would encounter some people with ulterior motives who approached him. Therefore, Li Yun also needed to carefully look at Kuan Erasure. Haha, Elder Li came quickly. Feng Tingfei and the others also came forward and warmly greeted Li Zongjiu. When Li Zongjiu broke through to the 6th grade alchemist realm, they also found out later. Li Zongjiu became the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, so their Chamber of Commerce naturally had to stand aside. How could they compete with the Heavenly Pill Pavilion? Perhaps the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would use their private power and eliminate them in minute. Therefore, Feng Tingfei was very respectful to Li Zongjiu. Well, you haven't eaten yet, right? Sit down. Li Zongjiu glanced at him. Originally, Feng Tingfei wanted to introduce the old man beside him to Li Zongjiu. In any case, he was also an alchemy master, but Li Zongjiu didn't seem to have the slightest interest in understanding. This scene caused some dissatisfaction to rise in the old man's heart. Although your talent is good, I'm also a 5th grade alchemist who has been famous for many years. My status and experience in the underworld are far above yours. Young people nowadays are really quite rude. In the old man's heart, he was also very unhappy. Feng Tingfei also quickly smiled and pulled the old man to the side. Come, elderly, it's inevitable to be arrogant when you become famous at such a young age. Don't take it to heart. Feng Tingfei said. Old Mo, you sit down first. I'll ask someone to go to the opposite street and get you 2 pots of good wine. While comforting Old Mo, he also asked someone to get the wine. Old Mo thought about it and agreed. There was no need to make things difficult for Li Zongjiu. He was only here to help the 100 Medicine Pavilion obtain victory. With Li Zongjiu's level, he was like a deity coming to this mortal arena. He could easily kill these people in seconds. That would not be a problem. Who are these people? Li Yun asked curiously. Looking at the clothes worn by these people, it seemed that they were not simple. They are the stewards of the 100 Medicine Pavilion. I don't know. Anyway, these people's positions are messy. Li Zongjiu said. Anyway, what Li Zongjiu cared about was the quota of the Dark Horse Alchemy meeting. Rules were rules. With Li Zongjiu's strength, of course, he could force his way into the Dark Horse Alchemy meeting. Even if there was no invitation letter, you could not stop Li Zongjiu. However, in this way, no one would play with you. That would be meaningless, so Li Zongjiu randomly found someone who could give him the right to do so. Since the 100 Medicine Pavilion took the initiative to come to the door, it saved a lot of trouble. What? The steward of the 100 Medicine Pavilion? Since the Li family was in the elixir industry, of course, they knew about the 100 Medicine Pavilion. The level of the 100 Medicine Pavilion was even more powerful than the 1,000 Taste Herb Hall. Even when the Li family was weak, the 100 Medicine Pavilion disdained to talk about cooperation with the Li family. Even the one who rejected the Li family was only a small branch of the 100 Medicine Pavilion. As for the steward of the 100 Medicine Pavilion, his status was equivalent to a grand secretary in the imperial court. At least more than half of the affairs of the 100 Medicine Pavilion had to go through the steward. Just now, the steward of the 100 Medicine Pavilion was very respectful to Li Zongjiu. You're not bragging, are you? Li Yun was also thinking that Li Zongjiu deliberately found these people to put on a show in front of her to save face. What's there to brag about? Li Zongjiu could not help but say. How is your cultivation in the Mirror Moon Villa? It's okay. Kuan Erasure finally heard Li Zongjiu ask about his cultivation. He immediately smiled strangely, and his eyes became extremely confident. It's fine as long as it's not bad. After all, he had cultivated under Master Mirror Moon for so long. Even a pig would be a little more powerful, let alone Kuan Erasure. That's right, when I arrived, I heard from Feng Tingfei that the Black Horse Pill gathering this time around is not as simple as it seems. Not only are there many people gathered within the Qiyun Prefecture, but the hidden families of the other few prefectures have also made their moves. They are extremely concerned about this black horse pill gathering. Koan Arashi's expression became serious. It was as if he wanted to tell Li Zongjio that the opponent this time was not simple. What do you want to eat? Order it yourself. Chapter 795. Koan Arashir finally understood. Li Zongjio did not put anyone in his eyes. Enemies were not a threat to Li Zongjio at all. He had heard that Li Zongjio had dealt with Qingyuan Villa not long ago. Qingyuan Villa. Koan Arashir had been very worried that Li Zongjio would die in the villa. But now it seemed that this Li Zongjio was quite fierce. He was actually able to survive and burn down the entire Qingyuan Villa. When they had first heard the news, the people who belonged to Li Zongjio in the Sacred Flame Royal City had all been very nervous, because Emperor Xingyan could have tied them up with just a word. They would not even have had the chance to escape. However, for some unknown reason, nothing had happened to Li Zongjio even after Li Zongjio had burned down Qingyuan Villa. Some people even guessed that Li Zongjio had a powerful background behind him, which was why Emperor Xingyan did not dare to do anything to Li Zongjio. However, I heard that someone brought the Drunken Dream flower to the Dark Horse Elixir meeting this time, Koan Arashir said as he rubbed his chin. Obviously, he did not know if this was accurate. Drunken Dream flower? Isn't that a specialty of the place of termination? Li Zongjio looked at Koan Arashir and said. The place of termination was an extremely dangerous place on the continent. Even primitive emperors would find it difficult to enter. Every step they took was like walking on thin ice. Even Li Zongjio, a supreme being back then, had not been able to explore the place of termination. The degree of danger there was much higher than one could imagine. If one casually stepped on a poisonous bug, it was very likely that one would be poisoned to death. Even if one consumed the antidote pill in the shortest time possible, it would be useless. Only death would await them. The Drunken Dream flower was also a type of extremely poisonous flower in the place of termination. Within a radius of 100 feet, the flower would begin to release its medicinal power. The closer one got, the more they would be controlled by the Drunken Dream flower. Before one could pluck the flower, one would be immersed in the dreamland. Drunken Dream flower. The flower had always been a legend. Its medicinal power was close to grade 7. Back then, Li Zongjio had relied on his powerful cultivation to pluck one forcefully. The Drunken Dream flower was a necessary item to refine grade 7 elixir pills. Unexpectedly, the small Dark Horse Elixir gathering had such an unexpected surprise. In addition to the competition of alchemy skills, there was also enough time for them to sell their refined elixir pills. If they wanted to sell the remaining rare and precious herbs, they would naturally be able to maximize their value during the Dark Horse Elixir gathering. As long as one could survive until the Dark Horse Elixir gathering and put the herb up for auction, there would be no risk after the transaction. Everyone's eyes would be fixed on the Drunken Dream flower. Therefore, Li Zongjio's interest was piqued. Yes, that's the place. I didn't expect someone to be able to bring something out from there. Lan Kuan slapped the board and said. When the two of them talked about this matter, they were very enthusiastic. Li Yun sat at the side and listened carefully to the two of them. She did not understand what they were talking about. Moreover, Li Yun seemed to realize that if she spoke, there would be some problems. Therefore, Li Yun tried to speak as little as possible to avoid any accidents. Tian Fei also walked downstairs at the right time. When he saw Koan Arashir, he was obviously stunned for a moment. However, he quickly went forward to greet him. Ah, this guy, is he here to seek revenge? Koan Arashir obviously recognized Tian Fei. He remembered the arrogance of these people in the past. However, wasn't this guy's Dantian directly destroyed by Li Zongjio? How could he appear here now? Moreover, it seemed that he had recovered his strength. This is Tian Fei, my subordinate. Li Zongjio roughly described the situation that day. At this time, Li Yun knew about Tian Fei's origin. After listening to the story, Koan Erasure could only give Li Zongjiu a thumbs up. After such a big circle, only Li Zongjiu could do such a thing. Since we're on the same side, let bygones be bygones. Koan Erasure was not a stingy person. Moreover, since Tian Fei followed Li Zongjiu, he often helped Li Zongjiu to kill people. Moreover, he was often injured. He was really pitiful. Hearing this, he felt very pitiful. The four young people also sat together to eat and chat. Not far from the inn, there was someone who had been staring at Li Zongjiu and the other three. Yesterday, Li Zongjiu killed Song Yan and captured the Nether Pill Saint and Protector Huamei. However, they were directly released the next day. The Ardent Earth sect was not just for show. However, because Song Yan was the manager of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion and had the support of the Imperial Court, the Ardent Earth sect gave him face and did not care about anything. Now that Song Yan was dead, the Ardent Earth sect had directly become stronger. Therefore, Elder Huamei had been dragged out early. The angry Huamei, of course, wanted to find Li Zongjiu to take revenge. However, someone came to take over the scene. When he came in contact with such a situation, Huamei realized that this was no longer a personal problem. The sect had actually sent a deputy sect master. Huamei could only follow Li Zongjiu obediently and understand the situation. When he found out that Li Zongjiu had offended the Mystic Yuan sect, Huamei's lips curled into a grin. This was simply a case of God retribution for a despicable person. Now, using the sect's resources to take revenge was a very reasonable thing to do. Vice sect leader, do we need to send someone to kidnap this brat tonight? Huamei came in front of the deputy sect master and asked. The deputy sect master was a very powerful person. He had been working under the sect master for many years and had been cautious and conscientious. The sect master also trusted the deputy sect master very much and had given most of the power to the deputy sect master. This time, the sect master had received such a task because of his trust in the deputy sect master. Don't worry. This person's strength is at least at the Origin Emperor realm. Even if he isn't, he must have the ability to fight against an Origin Emperor realm expert. Don't act rashly. The Dark Horse Elixir meeting tomorrow is an exciting part. Chapter 796. The Vice Sect Master naturally wanted to know how powerful Li Zongjiu was. At least, the Vice Sect Master was not clear about Li Zongjiu's achievements and what he had done. All the information he knew through the introduction was outdated. Who knew what kind of state Li Zongjiu had grown to now, or what kind of situation had occurred before, it was also necessary to know. Therefore, it was naturally the best thing to let the people of the Black Horse Pill Assembly test Li Zongjiu. In this Black Horse town, there were already many forces from all over the world gathered here. First of all, these alchemists who came to participate in the alchemy competition were in high demand. Many forces wanted to invite them to join. If one's own force could have a senior alchemist join, then the speed of growth would be very fast. At least the logistics would be guaranteed. The second day, Black Horse Town. Li Zongjiu and others also came to the Black Horse Town in advance. At this moment, the Black Horse Town was crowded. The Dark Horse Elixir convocation hadn't even started, but news had already spread that the disciple of the Nether Elixir Saint had been crippled. It was said that the Nether Elixir Saint would personally take action to restore his prestige. This matter was indeed very shocking. Although it was said that there were many masters and experts gathered here, but they did not expect that such a situation would occur. Even the disciple of the Nether Pill Saint directly suffered a loss. However, there were still a lot of controversies about the 5 Crimson Cloud Saint. It was said that the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints' behavior of obtaining the primordial fire could not be regarded as glorious. Later, the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints also directly went into hiding, which led to the things that happened later. Some people even said that the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints were cowards, just like what Li Zongjiu said before, that was, the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints were cowards. However, no one dared to say this recently, because it was said that this group of people had joined forces to break through the realm of sixth-grade alchemist. Sixth-grade alchemist. There were 5 of them all at once, although he didn't know whether this was true or not. However, there was at least one. Even if there was one, the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints wouldn't be underestimated. They wouldn't continue to use this method to let people laugh at them as much as they liked. Even if there was only one person, they would definitely not dare to continue offending him. Offending a 6th-grade alchemist was not a joke. Therefore, the movements of the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints had been rather frequent recently. Even the Dark Horse Pill Gathering had appeared in person. However, this didn't seem to be a good start. In just one day, the news of the Dark Pill Saint being beaten up in Blackfire City had already spread to half of the alchemist world. Black Horse Inn. Many alchemists gathered together. Feng Tingfei had already left. After all, he was a member of the organizer. Although Li Zongjiu and the others were brought here by Feng Tingfei, the extent and effect of the Dark Horse Pill Gathering depended on their own strength. Another alchemist also sat directly with Li Zongjiu and the others. Tian Fei and Kuan Erasher sat on the same bench. Old Mo's personality was relatively low-key and introverted. Since you don't talk to me, I won't talk to you either. It's the same. Black Horse Inn was just the first stop. What are we doing here? Li Yun looked at the slightly strange atmosphere around. It seemed that the people sitting there were looking around nervously, as if they were afraid that their things would be stolen. They were so cautious, waiting for the start. He glanced at the sundial not far away. Li Zongjiu said, "What's the start?" There are a total of 108 seats in the inn. But as you can see, many people are standing. There are at least 200 people in the inn. When the noon bell rings, the copper coins will fall. If anyone doesn't catch the copper coins, it's equivalent to being directly eliminated. This is the first round of screening. Li Zongjiu explained. Listening to Li Zongjiu's words, Li Yun's eyes lit up. She was extremely curious. She didn't expect that the underworld competition would be so interesting. It was really interesting. Today she came out to see it. Everyone you see has a 6th-grade medicinal herb in their hand. These people are all alchemists. When Li Zongjiu said this, Li Yun's eyes were filled with shock. So many 6th-grade medicinal herbs, so many alchemists. Those who could come here to participate in this competition must be experts. Li Yun was also clear about this, so she also knew that the strength of these people in front of her was not simple. With so many experts and so many valuable things on the table, it was like a living treasury that was moving. These people all have 6th-grade medicinal herbs? Li Yun asked in surprise. But then, Li Yun also thought of a very important question. That is, there are only 108 people, but there are more than 200 people. In the end, how many copper coins will there be? How many copper coins will there be? Li Yun asked. 99. Kuan Erasher added. This copper coin battle was the first round of the Dark Horse Pill Gathering. The invitation token in each person's hand was equivalent to a proof of identity. Only by possessing this token would one's participation and ranking be valid. After that, there would be a notary in every round. It would not be easy to deceive them. Even at the beginning of each round, the token had to be checked. Although Li Yun and Tian Fei did not have an invitation token, it did not prevent them from sitting here. As time passed, everyone's eyes gradually fell on the sundial in front of them. The last tick mark was already very close. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the beam on the ceiling. No one knew where the copper coins would fly out from. The original clamor within the inn suddenly weakened at this moment. It was as if this gentle breeze had directly taken away all the noise, causing the inn to descend into a deathly silence. Everyone's attention was highly focused. As alchemists, their mental strength was much stronger than ordinary masters. At this moment, their mental strength was intertwined in the inn, forming an extremely dense mental strength that even collided with each other. Is it about to start? Li Yun could not help but ask. The moment Li Yun opened her mouth, a loud bang sounded above the inn. It was the sound of a huge bell. Thunder shook. Dong! The sound of the bell also carried a certain timbre attack. Some alchemists who wanted to use their mental strength to search for the copper coins were instantly hit by the huge bell sound because it was their first time participating. Buzz! A loud bang sounded in their heads, and the world in front of them turned pitch black. Just as his vision darkened, a series of rapid whistling sounds could be heard from his surroundings. Chapter 797. Some of the copper coins suddenly flew out from the pillar. Those who were leaning on the pillar did not even have time to react as they watched the copper coins fly out. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Putting the rest of the people aside, the entire room had turned into a mess. It seemed like everyone had started to move. Some people had even started to fight with each other over the copper coins that had appeared first. It was extremely intense. Boom! Within the inn, flames immediately lit up everywhere. Li Zongjio sat at his original spot while Kun Erasher and Old Mo could not sit still any longer. They immediately leaped out. This was because a copper coin had just flashed past their eyes. Swoosh! Kun Erasher immediately leaped forward and grabbed at the copper coin. However, he saw another person rushing out from the opposite side and similarly grabbing at the copper coin. That person's face was dark and ruthless. He directly used his mental energy to condense numerous extremely sharp flying needles and violently flew towards Kun Erasher. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Kun Erasher looked like a newbie. After all, he was so young and was enough to be the first target in these people's eyes. They could even directly kill Kun Erasher. In their eyes, Kun Erasher was not a threat at all. He idiot. Who knew that Kun Erasher would be one step ahead of them? He used his mental energy to directly sweep the copper coin over and grabbed it in his hand. As for the flying needles released by the person in front of him, they were not even worth his attention. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no effect at all. As expected, you are still too young. When the opponent saw Kun Erasher grab the copper coin, he instantly laughed. When Kun Erasher grabbed the copper coin, his body coincidentally landed on the ground. Sensing that something was wrong, Kun Erasher immediately realized that he had grabbed the copper coin. Around him, there were already a few people who had set up traps in advance. The three people simultaneously used their alchemy fire to attack Kun Erasher. In this dark horse pill gathering, the techniques used were already limited. Either they used their alchemy fire or their mental energy. If they used their yuan power, then this was not a competition between alchemists. Boom! The three alchemy fires simultaneously crushed towards Kun Erasher. Being in the middle of it, Kun Erasher felt the crushing power from all directions. Although he was a little surprised at first, he did not panic as he directly looked at the surrounding flames. With a flick of his finger, a flame immediately jumped out from between his fingers. Boom! When the flame appeared in Lan Kun's hand, it wasn't just the flames of the three people. The flames of the people around them also started to sway slightly. What? Someone's eyes were instantly filled with shock. The flames in Korn to be DTO to the other flames. Remnant Sun Fire. When the Remnant Sun Fire was displayed, the surrounding people's own flames were quickly suppressed. Extinguish! Lan Kun merely snapped his fingers, and with a swoosh, the surrounding flames were immediately suppressed and extinguished. At the same time, Kun Arashi's mental energy was like a heavy punch as it directly sent the people in front of him flying. Bang! 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 The three of them were sent flying by the impact. When they saw Kun Erasher repelling the three of them and breaking the traps so easily, they were shocked. Although it all happened in a flash, Kun Arashi's actions had already made them deeply aware of how powerful he was. Under such circumstances, Many people immediately shifted their gazes to other people. 10,000 years was a short period of time, and there was no need to tangle with such an expert. If the other party had some means to delay you, you might miss a good opportunity because of this. It was not worth it at all. Even the veteran who first attacked also turned his attention to the other copper coins and did not continue to tangle with Kuan Erasure. The person who could subdue the remnant sunfire was definitely not ordinary. There was no need to doubt his strength. Li Zongjiu looked at Kuan Arashi's actions and nodded his head in satisfaction. Although old Mo was old, his skills were not ordinary. He also managed to snatch a copper coin in the first round of competition. The surrounding people did not let down their guard, because the copper coins were constantly flying. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Why aren't you snatching it? It seems like there are almost none left. Old Mo had already returned to his seat, full of confidence. Some of the people who managed to snatch a copper coin naturally hid at the side with extreme vigilance. It was not easy to defeat someone in such a short period of time, so it was more convenient to aim at the ownerless copper coins. Seeing Li Zongjiu's indifference, Li Yun could not help but feel anxious. Even if they might not succeed, they should still fight for it. They had not even started to fight for it. How could they just give up? This was not good behavior. It's still early. The last one will definitely be mine. Li Zongjiu was not in a hurry to snatch the coins from these people. At this moment, a storm was raging within the inn. Many of the tables and chairs had already been burned down. It was obvious that the inn was in a state of chaos. There were even people who were close to each other and directly engaged in hand-to-hand combat. In the inn, the earth shook and the mountains shook unstoppably. There were also people who were seriously injured. Xiao. The last copper coin finally appeared. However, the location where it appeared was extremely coincidental. It happened to be on Li Zongjiu's table. A hidden compartment appeared on the table, and with a light flick, a copper coin appeared. It landed on the table and spun continuously. There were less than 20 breaths of time left before the closing bell sounded. At that time, those who had not obtained a copper coin would definitely be eliminated. Such a fortuitous encounter caused the remaining dozens of people who had not obtained a copper coin to instantly pounce on Li Zongjiu like wolves and tigers. Old Mo did not expect Li Zongjiu's luck to be so good. This copper coin just happened to land in front of Li Zongjiu. In anyone's eyes, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. However, at the same time, there were more than 15 experts who instantly surrounded him. More than 10 flaming snakes directly attacked Li Zongjiu's table. Li Yun and the rest naturally did not dodge. Instead, they wanted to help Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, how could Li Zongjiu withstand the attacks of so many people? However, Li Yun's pill was really too weak. Old Mo's figure retreated slightly. After all, he was the one who obtained the copper coin. If he was accidentally dragged into this mess, it would be too unfair for old Mo. Therefore, when old Mo saw that the situation was not good, he immediately withdrew and hid behind the crowd. Moreover, he coldly observed the situation that Li Zongjiu was about to face. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I want to see what exactly makes you so arrogant. Just as old Mo was looking forward to Li Zongjiu being ganged up on and completely eliminated, Li Zongjiu suddenly stopped. That would be enough to let Li Zongjiu know what it meant to overestimate one's capabilities. However, the scene that happened next caused old Mo's eyes to instantly freeze. What? Chapter 798. Li Zongjiu gently waved his hand. The fire serpents that were surging from all directions were immediately blown away by an invisible force. These fire serpents directly rushed towards the rear. Boom! The terrifying power of the fire snakes immediately returned to where they came from. The scene was extremely spectacular. This was because the position where the dozen over fire snakes had turned was coincidentally not far from Li Zongjiu's body. With just a little bit of strength, they would be able to directly burn Li Zongjiu to death. However, the appearance of this scene now was shocking. Even the owner of the fire snake was startled. The flame represented the mastery of these people's control skills. If one was unable to control the flame in one's hand, how would one be able to control this medicinal cauldron that could change in a myriad of ways? However, these people were all genuine Grade 4 alchemists. With the fire control ability of a Grade 4 alchemist, it was naturally not difficult to control these flames. However, at this moment, in front of Li Zhongjiu, these flames became extremely disobedient at this moment. Who? Extinguish. Go back. Damn it, attack. My flames are actually out of control. These alchemists were shocked to find that they could no longer control their flames. They could only watch as the flames directly landed on their bodies with a boom. Boom. The terrifying and overbearing power instantly blasted these people away. These people were originally using their strongest power at this moment, but who would have thought that this power would directly hit their own bodies? Bang! Those alchemists were directly blasted away. Everyone vomited blood, but they were still alive. However, if they wanted to obtain this copper coin, it would not be so easy. He reached out and grabbed the copper coin in his hand. Li Zhongjiu was extremely calm as he drank a mouthful of tea. Even if this copper coin was in Li Zhongjiu's hands, the remaining people did not dare to attack anymore. Those who had yet to obtain these items exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with regret. Although it was said that in this copper coin battle, they lost their qualifications, but it did not mean that they did not have a chance. As long as they consumed a Grade 6 elixir, they would be able to recover their qualifications and continue to participate in the next round of the competition. As long as you have enough Grade 6 elixirs, you will be able to continue in this dark horse pill gathering. In this first round, many people had shown their strength. In the next round, those who exposed their strength prematurely would also be greatly threatened. Many people were also on full alert. Some people were also watching very anxiously. At the same time, they secretly noted in their hearts who was able to take such a lead among these people, and who was the person that they could not afford to offend. If you successfully defend the arena for 3 rounds, you will be able to obtain a 6th grade elixir exchange voucher provided by the co-organizer of the grand meeting. On the other hand, if you successfully defend the arena for 3 rounds, you will also be able to obtain the same reward. After the crowd below the arena heard the rules, they all became excited. This was because it seemed that there was a very big chance. However, there were a total of 99 people in the arena. Those who were added through other methods were not counted as of now. Everyone came here, and they were not here to watch a show. If that was the case, there was no need to carry out such an action. At this moment, outside the Black Horse Square, there were also many onlookers. It just so happened that they were here to watch. Looking at the scene in front of them, this was Xing Qianqian. Li Zhongjiu and the others walked into the arena. It did not matter how they competed as long as they kept winning. I am actually number 30. Kuan Erasher looked at the number on the special copper coin in his hand and directly walked to the corresponding arena. Then I will go up first. Kuan Erasher jumped up. If he did not lose, he would give out a stock of 6th grade elixir. If he won, he would get a stock of 6th grade elixir. If he did not lose, then it would depend on his own strength. Moreover, in this arena, the stakes could be increased at any time. Go. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. To say that Li Zhongjiu came to such a place, in fact, he did not have much interest in the competition. After all, these people's alchemy skills could be said that Li Zhongjiu did not put any of them in his eyes. If you want to talk about alchemy skills, then these people here are all trash. The duration of the competition is 3 days. For every day, the alchemy platform will be reduced by 10. After all, not everyone was able to obtain so many Tier 6 spiritual herbs. A day's time was enough for these people to compete. As long as you are on this alchemy platform, it does not matter how you compete. Sometimes it is fast enough, but sometimes it is an extremely long war of attrition. And this arena lord position, the further you go, the more difficult it is. That kid is the one who offended the fifth brother? In the corner of the arena, there were two figures standing. Although they were dressed in a low-key manner, when they fought before, no one could stop their sharpness. At this moment, these two people stood here, and the people around them did not dare to come close. It's him. Chapter 799. The two of them looked at Li Zhongjie. These two people were two of the 5 saints of the Crimson Cloud continent. They didn't come here for the 6th-grade medicinal herbs. After all, although these 6th-grade medicinal herbs were precious, it wasn't difficult to obtain them, especially for a 6th-grade alchemist. One of them was a genuine 6th-grade alchemist. Among the Crimson Cloud 5 saints, only the boss had broken through the 6th-grade alchemist realm. Because of the appearance of the 6th-grade alchemist, these people became active. Recently, some of the famous alchemists in the Crimson Cloud Prefecture seemed to have a feeling of surpassing them. Therefore, the Crimson Cloud 5 saints also took this opportunity to make a name for themselves. In the dark, who knew how many pairs of eyes swept across these people, wandering? It was all for the sake of finding weaker people. At the beginning, although these arena masters were already in place, there were still relatively few people who wanted to go up. Li Zhongjie's eyes also swept back and forth across these people. After all, he needed to know who was carrying the drunken life flower among these people. No matter what, he had to get his hands on the flower. 6th-grade medicinal herbs. Li Zhongjie didn't want to let it go so easily. Haha, old black, since you're the arena master, I naturally won't let you go so easily. I'll challenge you. Let's have a firefight. A figure directly jumped onto the alchemy platform and began to compete with the opponent. The next round of challenges also began in an instant. Some people chose to watch the battle, while others chose to directly jump onto the platform. Old Mo, who came with Li Zhongjie, wasn't in a hurry. What he needed was to stay until the end. It wasn't a good thing to be the first to stand out now. At the same time, Old Mo also wanted to see who Li Zhongjie was and what ability he had. Li Yun and Tian Fei both followed by Li Zhongjie's side. The two of them looked around curiously. They had always seen the big competition between alchemists, but they didn't expect that today they would have the opportunity to see a battle between alchemists. Obviously, the competition between alchemists was much more refined. The one in red seems to be very powerful? Li Yun saw a man in red sitting on the 5th arena in front of them. He directly closed his eyes and rested on the spot, adjusting his aura. During this process, the surrounding aura was also constantly flowing, causing a trace of reverence to rise in people's hearts. It seemed that this person's body contained an extremely terrifying killing move, causing people to not dare to approach him. Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon. This terrifying guy, why is also here? Before this, no one had recognized this person. However, when they saw the appearance of the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon, they were all shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. It was said that in order to subdue a primordial fire demon, this person had almost exhausted all methods. He had even reached a state of chi deviation. Later on, when this guy entered a state of chi deviation, he also killed many people. Now that he was sitting here, who knew if this guy was a lunatic? They were only here to participate in the alchemy competition. If there was any danger to their lives, it wouldn't be worth it. It was better to be safe and not fight with this lunatic first. I heard that this guy seems to have brought the drunken dream flower with him. In order to refine this primordial fire, this guy also rushed directly to that place, but in the end, he also directly went crazy. It had to be said that some alchemists were really talkative. Just a small matter, and they would talk about it everywhere. Since Li Zhongjie heard it, he naturally wanted to join in the fun. I'll go and see if this guy has any flowers, Li Zhongjie said. As soon as his voice fell, his figure leaped and landed on the stage. In the arena of the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon, someone came up so quickly. This caused the people below the stage to be shocked. When they saw that Li Zongjio was the person who had displayed his invincible might in the inn just now, all of them began to pay attention to him. Just what was the background of this Li Zongjio? He actually had such terrifying strength, and now he directly challenged the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon. This wasn't a simple matter. It wouldn't be easy to deal with this guy. Good boy, you really don't know life from death. Seeing that Li Zongjio actually took the initiative to provoke the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon, Old Mo's eyes suddenly turned cold. So what if you are a genius? With the strength of the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon, it would be easy for it to defeat this Li Zongjio or even cripple him. There were clearly so many people, but you just had to provoke such a dangerous person. Therefore, in Old Mo's eyes, Li Zongjio was a dead man. If you want to court death, then what are you if not a dead man? This kid actually went to challenge the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon. He really doesn't want to live anymore. Damn, he's fierce. I saw this kid's performance before. He's also a ruthless person. He's really powerful. I want to see how exciting it will be. Even the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon didn't expect that someone would actually dare to challenge it so quickly. With such an imposing aura, could it be possible that he would meet a worthy opponent? Therefore, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon opened its eyes in disdain, sizing up Li Zongjio. How can we compete? The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon said indifferently. Its meaning was as if it was waiting for Li Zongjio to speak, giving the initiative to Li Zongjio. This was obviously a kind of contempt towards Li Zongjio. It was really arrogant. Whatever, let's have a fire battle, Li Zongjio said. For alchemists, a fire battle was a competition of the strength of the flame and the ability to control the flame. In terms of time, the outcome of the battle would naturally be decided more quickly. However, the danger was naturally higher because if it was a flame, it might just injure you directly. When the onlookers heard that Li Zongjio actually chose to have a fire battle with the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon, they couldn't help but shake their heads. One by one, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Obviously, this Li Zongjio came here to court death. What was the difference between this and jumping off a cliff? They really couldn't find any difference. However, there's no meaning in betting on a 6th-grade medicinal herb. Do you dare to bet everything? Li Zongjio continued. Bet everything. That would be cutting off the other party's path of retreat. It would be a battle to the death. The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's eyes also changed. Looking at Li Zongjio's young and tender face, the corners of its mouth couldn't help but curl up. I have 10 6th-grade medicinal herbs. How many do you want to bet? 10 6th-grade medicinal herbs. Obviously, this Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon came prepared. He wanted to stand out in this dark horse pill assembly. He even wanted to make a huge profit. The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon had revealed his trump card. This was also telling Li Zongjio that he had 10 Tier 6 spiritual herbs in his hands. How many did Li Zongjio have? Seeing such a scene, the others also wanted to know if Li Zongjio had that much strength. Okay, 10 then, Li Zongjio said. Then, he directly threw a storage ring into the hands of the notary. The notary lightly scanned it and was shocked by the things inside. 10 6th-grade medicinal herbs, no mistake. These notaries were all senior appraisers invited by the 3 major herbal medicine merchants. Therefore, even if you wanted to use fake and inferior medicinal herbs to make up the numbers, it was basically impossible. As for the appraisers, the amount of medicinal herbs they had seen and touched was even more than the total amount of the alchemists. After all, the amount of medicinal herbs they dealt with every day was too much. The amount of medicinal herbs was too much to count. Everyone exclaimed again. They didn't expect this young man to be able to take out 10 6th-grade medicinal herbs. It was such a fierce competition right from the start, and it immediately made the people around them perk up. At the same time, Many people began to envy the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon. This fire demon's luck is really good. He met such a big fish the moment he came. That's right. Even if he left after this competition, he would have doubled his asset. Why can't I meet such a fool? Chapter 800. The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon was naturally happy in his heart. Similarly, he threw the storage ring that contained the herbs to the notary. The notary took the storage ring in his hand and swept his gaze over it. After seeing the items within, he nodded towards Li Zhongjiu. The quantity is correct. 10 stalks of 6th grade herbs. The notary said. It was hard to believe that such a ferocious battle was taking place right from the start. Since the notary said that there was no problem, then there was definitely no problem. With 3 herb merchants backing him, how could he be afraid of not having enough herbs? Li Zhongjiu wasn't in a hurry to ask if there was the drunken dream flower inside. Instead, he looked at the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon and waved his hand. Make your move. Li Zhongjiu's words were simply arrogant to the extreme. He didn't choose to challenge the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon in alchemy, but he arrogantly chose to fight with fire. Not only that, he even took out all the herbs he had on him. How stupid must this child be to do such a thing? Now Li Zhongjiu was still so arrogant. He recklessly let the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon make the first move. It was simply like jumping down from a bottomless abyss. At the same time, he was carrying a huge rock on his back, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't die from the fall. Demonic Wolf Fire. The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon wasn't a gentleman. To be called a demon, it was naturally because he had done many crazy things. At this moment, there was a terrifying energy condensing in his hands. Boom! It was as if a green fire wolf was condensing in the center of his palm. Following the movement of the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's hand, he suddenly waved it and threw the fire wolf out. Roar! The fire wolf was vivid and lifelike. Its speed was astonishing and its power was swift and fierce. Even with the shielding Yuan rune array, Li Yun and Li Zhongjiu could feel a wave of heat. At this moment, facing the fire wolf, Li Zhongjiu was bound to suffer the attack of the flames. The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's control over flames has actually reached such a level. When some people saw this scene, they were clearly deeply shocked. As expected of the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon, his attack this time around had already displayed an extremely extraordinary stance. Ordinary alchemists could at most condense their flames into the shape of a long whip. The power of the flame itself was still in their hands and could not be directly controlled by their body. As for this firewolf, it directly broke away from the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's hand. Like an independent spirit, it directly rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. Boom! The ferocious green firewolf charged directly at Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu just stood there, as if he had been scared silly by the scene in front of him. Humph, it's not that simple. Since Li Zhongjiu wanted to fight, then naturally, he would let Li Zhongjiu enjoy himself. Since you gave me a grade 6 stone pearl medicinal ingredient, then I'll let you die even more happily and heroically. Split. The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's hands moved and instantly separated between his palms. The fire wolf that was rushing forward instantly split into 3. When it had rushed in front of Li Zhongjiu, it had clearly only been one fire wolf. However, in an instant, it had split into 3 fire wolves and rushed towards Li Zhongjiu from 3 different directions. Be careful! Li Yun couldn't help but shout when she felt the sudden increase in power of the flames. It seemed that Li Zhongjiu's opponent was an extremely powerful person. When Li Zhongjiu faced his opponent's move, it seemed as if he was completely scared silly. He didn't even know how to counterattack. Old Mo's eyes were also firmly staring at Li Zhongjiu. Clearly, Old Mo was also looking forward to the scene in his heart. However, the scene that everyone was looking forward to did not appear. They saw Li Zhongjiu directly flicking his finger. With just 3 flaming lights, the fire wolves in front of him were defeated one after another. Boom! 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 An intense fluctuation swept out. Many people didn't even see how Li Zongjiu made his move, but they could already hear the sound of the firewolves shattering. Go! In Li Zongjiu's hand, there seemed to be an additional flame whip. As Li Zongjiu swung it with all his strength, the flame whip directly swept towards the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon. Boom! The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon rubbed his hands together and a flame sword appeared in his hand. Facing Li Zongjiu's flame whip, a cold light emerged in his eyes. Break for me! When he saw Li Zongjiu easily destroying the firewolves, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon already knew that the situation wasn't good. With the strength of the youth before him, he was afraid that it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. When the sword slashed out, a flame storm instantly swept up in the surroundings. One had to admit that the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's ability to control flames had already reached an extremely grand realm. The flame storm trapped Li Zongjiu within. The power that had gathered in the surroundings seemed to have formed a terrifying furnace. However, the flame whip in Li Zongjiu's hand had already coiled around the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's body. At this very moment, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon was startled when he saw the flame whip coiling around his waist. Immediately, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon wanted to remove the flame whip. However, he discovered that the flame wasn't an ordinary flame. At this moment, it had actually seeped into the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's body. Not good. Immediately, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon roared and circulated his Yuan power, wanting to expel the flame from his body. However, it was already too late. Whoosh! In the next moment, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's body was ignited by the flame. When the flame started to burn from within his body, he would no longer have the slightest chance. No! The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon roared. Even the surrounding firestorm had obscured the vision of the surrounding people, making it difficult for them to clearly see what was happening within. However, when they heard the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon's roar, they immediately understood that the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon had fallen into a disadvantageous position. The surrounding flames were gradually dispelled. Then, a figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. How is this possible? Looking at Li Zongjiu, who was still standing at the same spot, everyone looked at him with an extremely shocked gaze. In front of Li Zongjiu, a storage ring fell from a pile of black ashes. When the pile of ashes appeared in front of them, these people clearly understood a fact. That was, Li Zongjiu had directly killed the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon. Furthermore, he had used the most brutal method to do so. When such a terrifying flame energy was displayed, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon did not have the slightest chance. The people outside did not even see it clearly. Only the notary on the scene could see everything clearly. Because of the close distance and the fact that the notary's strength was not weak, he was able to see the process of Li Zongjiu killing the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon in front of him. The entire process was extremely simple. It could even be said that there were no unnecessary complications. It was like using a chopper to chop wood. Raising the hand and chopping the blade down, it was natural. It was that simple. Give me his medicinal ingredients, Li Zongjiu directly said. Even though he was the notary, he was still unable to react. However, after he reacted, he quickly handed over the medicinal ingredients in his hand. As expected of Li Zongjiu, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's honorary elder, Wu Qingfeng and the rest looked at Li Zongjiu's arena. They were not surprised by the battle strength that Li Zongjiu had displayed. It was precisely this kind of strength that allowed Li Zongjiu to become the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's honorary elder. Since the people in front of them were just rogue cultivators, they would not pay much attention to the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's honorary elder. Furthermore, Li Zongjiu's appearance was not impressive. He did not even have any extravagance and did not look very noble. Therefore, they naturally did not think that Li Zongjiu was the honorary elder. After all, this young man had become the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's honorary elder. Such a matter was inconceivable. If he stood in front of you, how would you dare to believe it? Chapter 801. It was because of this kind of disbelief that they had when they met Li Zhongjie. Their ending was extremely tragic. The Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon is dead? The onlookers could not believe their eyes. They were even trying their best to search for the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon in the surroundings. They wanted to see if the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon was hiding somewhere. Clearly, they were thinking too much. There was no chance for them to find the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon. 10 6th-grade elixirs in hand. This made everyone jealous. This was just the beginning. It was very easy to get such an opportunity. This Dark Horse Alchemy Gathering was actually a huge gamble. However, the one who gambled was the alchemist, and the stakes were the 6th-grade elixirs in hand. Using the 6th-grade elixirs as a stake, it might only be a small amount at the beginning. However, as the numbers accumulated, people's eyes would slowly turn red. This kid. Seeing Li Zhongjie easily obtain 10 6th-grade elixirs, the onlookers could not help themselves. Many people were unable to hold themselves back and began to make their move. They wanted to be like Li Zhongjie, to find a suitable opponent and use the same method to acquire the 6th-grade elixir. This is too fucking awesome. I'll go to the arena. If you don't even dare to go to the arena, what's the point of coming here? The people who came to the Dark Horse Elixir meeting were all hoping to get a great harvest in the end, or they hoped to make a name for themselves. Since everyone had their own plans, they would naturally take the initiative to move forward. The entire Dark Horse Square was bustling with noise and excitement. However, no one dared to go to the arena where Li Zhongjie was. Everyone intentionally or unintentionally avoided Li Zhongjie. In another arena, another person was directly defeated. However, this person had spoken rudely to his opponent. Thus, he was directly set on fire by his opponent and burned to death. The flame was like a lingering ghost that was constantly rolling back and forth on the body of the person who was being burned. I beg you, kill me quickly. The flame burned the person in an orderly manner. As for the person standing on the stage, he was just watching coldly from the sidelines. When the crowd saw this person, they immediately went into an uproar. Isn't that the Qiankuan Pill Saint? Qiankuan Pill Saint. It is said that the Qiankuan sacred flame used by the Qiankuan Pill Saint is extremely powerful. Once touched by the Qiankuan sacred flame, one's flesh and bones will be separated and burned to death. When the ability of the Qiankuan Pill Saint was mentioned, everyone was extremely shocked. Moreover, the Qiankuan Pill Saint was the leader of the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saints. The Qiankuan Pill Saint. How dare you call yourself the heavenly sacred flame with such a crooked method? Are you stupid? Li Zhongjie looked at the arrogant look on the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint's face and felt very unhappy looking at him. Others didn't know about the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saints, but how could Li Zhongjie not know? Although the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saints didn't have any enmity with him in his previous life, this group of people was really too hypocritical because he didn't know where they got a set of Yuan formula. The magical thing about this Yuan formula was that it could create one's own Yuan fire. The strength of the primordial fire was related to the method used to refine it. Through different formulas and the cultivation of this Yuan formula, the power of the Yuan fire could be obtained. However, the flame cultivated in this way was only some extremely inferior power. Before the 6th-grade alchemist, the Origin Emperor realm, they could flaunt their prowess a little. In the early stage, they indeed had enough strength. However, the further they got, the more the effect would gradually decline, and the decline would be very fast. Some drawbacks would also appear. They would even be far inferior to ordinary alchemists. Moreover, these people's Yuan formula was originally snatched from a family. Until now, the people of these families were also chasing after the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saint. Both sides had also gone through a competition. When the Crimson Cloud 5 Saints obtained this set of elemental arts, they directly hid in the depths of the mountains and forests. That was how they cultivated to their current level. Very few people knew the whole story behind it. Li Zongjiu happened to be one of them. Therefore, he was also extremely dissatisfied with the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saint. The Qianquan Pill Saint looked around arrogantly. Finally, his gaze fell on Li Zongjiu. There was also a hint of provocation in his eyes. It seemed to be saying that sooner or later, I, the Qianquan Pill Saint, will definitely defeat you and trample you under my feet. Li Zongjiu also happened to see the Qianquan Pill Saint's gaze. He couldn't bear it anymore. He directly jumped down from the arena and walked towards the Qianquan Pill Saint. This was because the Qianquan Pill Saint had already attracted the attention of many people. At this moment, when they suddenly saw Li Zongjiu's actions, everyone was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that another good show was about to play out. However, the face of the notary in the pill assembly changed. This was because they didn't expect such a situation. Why did Li Zongjiu directly jump down? As the arena master, of course, he couldn't easily leave his own arena. Otherwise, how could he attack the arena? Therefore, the notary also quickly jumped down from the arena and came to Li Zongjiu's side. It wasn't easy for him to pull Li Zongjiu down. Wait. Elderly, this pill assembly has a rule that the arena master can't leave the arena without permission. Please go back quickly, the notary pulled Li Zongjiu and hurriedly advised. The Qianquan Pill Saint also did not expect this Li Zongjiu to directly walk over because of his gaze. What did this guy mean? Wasn't he too arrogant? Even if he had the strength, it was impossible for him to be so willful. Did he have the confidence to defeat him? The Qianquan Pill Saint's gaze was incomparably calm. When he saw Li Zongjiu walking over, he even had the feeling of retreating. Fortunately, the notary directly stopped Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, if this Li Zongjiu directly jumped up, who knew what would happen? Fuck, what's wrong with this brat? He's actually so fierce. He hadn't even said anything, but this brat already wanted to come up and fight with him. His temper was actually so fiery. What are you doing? He looks very fierce. Hurry up and return to your arena. Li Yun also stepped forward to persuade him. At the same time, she pulled Li Zongjiu back. He dared to stare at me just now, Li Zongjiu said. At this moment, if it wasn't for Li Yun stopping him, Li Zongjiu would have definitely stepped forward to take care of this guy. So what if I stare at you? Do you have to go up and beat him to death? Sigh, why are you so grumpy? Li Yun put her hands on her hips and put on the posture of an elder sister. This was something that Li Yun should do. Although her strength was not as good as Li Zongjiu's, if Li Zongjiu continued to be like this, something would happen sooner or later. No matter how great your ability is, you can't withstand your temper. After being scolded by Li Yun, Li Zongjiu's face was naturally filled with helplessness. Then, he obediently walked back and stood on his arena. However, with Li Zongjiu's current state, it was certain that no one would dare to come up and provoke him. Everyone could see that Li Zongjiu was in a very bad mood. If he challenged Li Zongjiu now, wouldn't he be making things difficult for himself? So, he chose to challenge other places first. The arena masters were constantly changing. The rest of the people also wanted to maintain this continuous victory, but it was extremely difficult. Congratulations to Kuan Erasher from Kuan Castle for successfully defending the arena for 3 rounds. He has received a 6th grade medicinal ingredient exchange voucher. Chapter 802. Someone was announcing the battle situation from the side. What the Dark Horse Elixir Assembly needed the most was such a dark horse. Kuan Erasher actually took the lead to become the first person to win 3 rounds in a row in this Dark Horse Elixir Assembly. Defending the arena for 3 rounds and defeating all the challengers one after another. There was no doubt about this kind of strength. The Radiance also instantly blessed Kuan Erasher. However, after this series of battles, Kuan Arashi's condition also suffered a lot of twists and turns. Under this difficult battle, Kuan Erasher also persevered, so now Kuan Erasure also got a chance to rest. The rest of the people were also tricked by Kuan Erasure at the beginning. It seemed that Kuan Erasure defeated the enemy by a narrow margin every time, which made the rest of the people misjudge Kuan Arashi's strength. Although they knew that Kuan Erasure must have a trump card, they didn't expect that Kuan Erasure was actually so strong. He had persisted until the end and still hadn't reached his limit. Congratulations to the Heaven and Earth Elixir Saint from the Qiyun State for successfully defending the arena for 3 rounds. You have obtained a 6th grade Elixir exchange voucher. Defending the arena for 3 rounds was a hurdle. Many people wanted to cross this hurdle, but they didn't succeed. There were only a few people who succeeded. Those who succeeded in obtaining this honor could directly rest today and pass this round. After all, they had to go up the arena at least once. After going up, if they wanted to come down, they would either be beaten down by others or obtain 3 consecutive victories, and then come down smoothly. The Heaven and Earth Elixir Saint's eyes stared in the direction of Li Zhongjiu, revealing a trace of provocation. It seemed that he was mocking Li Zhongjiu, and at the same time, he seemed to be showing off his strength. Li Zhongjiu just looked at the Heaven and Earth Elixir Saint indifferently. "Hey, you old fox, do you dare to come up and fight with me?" Li Zhongjiu looked at the Heaven and Earth Dan Saint's provocative gaze and felt a wave of displeasure. Right now, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Even if this scene couldn't continue, he would definitely jump down and kill this Qiankuan Pill Saint. Old fox, even in his dreams, Qiankuan Dan Saint never thought that this word would actually appear on his body. There was simply no one else like him. Some people could not help but laugh out loud when they heard this. However, the Qiankuan Pill Saint was currently in a free state. If he caught you and beat you up, he would definitely beat you into a retard. Naturally, they did not dare to laugh on the surface. Everyone's eyes were on the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint. Even if the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint wanted to pretend not to hear, it was very difficult. In the face of Li Zhongjiu's provocation, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint clenched his fists at this moment. He couldn't wait to rush up and punch Li Zhongjiu's head. However, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint forcefully endured it. "Humph, why should I be entangled with an arrogant person like you?" the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint said indifferently. "So what if I let you live for 2 more days?" Originally, Li Yun felt that Li Zhongjiu was taking the initiative to provoke others again. This kind of behavior was very wrong. However, after hearing that the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was so arrogant and even dared to directly insult Li Zhongjiu, no matter what, Li Zhongjiu was still a member of the Li family. "You old man, what are you talking about? You can't kill a member of my Li family if you want to." Li Yun shouted at the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint. Her expression was also very similar to an angry tiger. Under this clamor, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was also furious. He was a dignified 6th grade alchemist. At this moment, he was actually bullied by 2 young people. How could this be? If he continued to endure it, then the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint wouldn't need to stay in the alchemy world in the future. "Very well, since you want to die today, then I will fulfill your wish." The Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was so angry that he laughed. He immediately leaped up and rushed to the arena where Li Zhongjiu was. "Today, I want you to know who the world of alchemy in the Qiyun Prefecture belongs to. How dare you be so impudent in front of me?" At this moment, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was obviously very domineering. Most of the people around him were also from the Qiyun Prefecture. When they heard that the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was actually so powerful and was facing Li Zhongjiu head-on, it gave people an extremely satisfying feeling. The most important thing was that Li Zhongjiu was here, and the powerful stance that he had displayed earlier gave people a feeling that he was extremely difficult to deal with. Now that the Heaven and Earth Dan Saint dared to directly face the difficulty, it gave the surrounding people the feeling that the Heaven and Earth Dan Saint was fighting for the glory of the Qiyun Prefecture. "Zhongjiu, don't give me face. Just cripple him and let him know the power of our Li family, Li Yun said directly. He also expressed his confidence in Li Zhongjiu. By now, Li Yun finally understood that with Li Zhongjiu's strength, there was no one that Li Zhongjiu couldn't handle. In any case, until now, he had never seen anyone like that. As long as he left everything to Li Zhongjiu, it would be fine. Li Zhongjiu naturally didn't have any objections to Li Yun's words. Stinking girl, wait until I cripple this arrogant brat. I'll definitely let you have a taste of my power, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint directly said to Li Yun fiercely. His eyes were filled with the desire to cripple Li Yun right now. Old thing, be careful with your words. I'll burn your tongue in a while, Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Since the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was already standing on the stage, he was already prepared to fight with Li Zhongjiu. Therefore, he did not continue to argue with Li Zhongjiu over the power of words. He pointed at the notary. I want to challenge this person. 5 6th grade spiritual medicines. The way of the battle is to refine the iron origin root. The Heaven and Earth Pill Saint said. 5 6th grade spiritual medicines. Relatively speaking, these 5 6th grade spiritual medicines were definitely a huge gamble. If this battle was to end, it would definitely not be simple. Obviously, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint was still a little conservative. After all, this was just the beginning. There were still many 6th grade spiritual medicines waiting for him to harvest. Even if he was really confident, he would definitely have to stabilize himself first. He wouldn't just blindly charge out. That was just the way of a reckless man. Such behavior, in the eyes of others, would be very childish. If he can win, I'll give him all the 6th grade spiritual medicines on me, Li Zhongjiu said directly. The Heaven and Earth Pill Saint's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. Young people really couldn't stand being stimulated. With just 5 spiritual medicines, he could win at least 26th grade spiritual medicines. This was definitely a good deal. Immediately, the Heaven and Earth Pill Saint revealed an evil smile. Deal. Chapter 803. Li Zhongjiu did not know what this guy was laughing at. However, it was a good thing to be able to face this setback with such a natural attitude. Since you like to laugh, you might as well laugh more. The day was coming to an end. Most of the people had gone through a round of elimination. Some people had lost completely and entered a state of bankruptcy. Everyone stopped what they were doing to watch the fierce battle between the two giants. Previously, Li Zhongjiu had already defeated an expert from the Qiyun Prefecture. At this moment, he was facing one of the 5 saints of the Qiyun Prefecture, the Qiankuan Pill Saint. In the eyes of the crowd, this Li Zhongjiu was also an extremely powerful person. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The way the two of them were competing was suggested by the Qiankuan Pill Saint, which was to refine the iron elemental root. The iron elemental root was not unfamiliar among the alchemists. It could even be said that they were very familiar with it. Many newbies needed to learn how to use the iron elemental root to strengthen the foundation. This was a compulsory course for alchemists when they entered the sect. This was because the iron elemental root had a very low sensitivity to the fire attribute. Although the iron elemental root was not very hard, it could be easily broken by hand. However, if one wanted to use fire to refine it, it would require a lot of power. If one wanted to cultivate the power of fire, one must release all the power in one's body. Only in this way could one continuously refine the fire in one's body, allowing one to better control the power of fire. Therefore, almost every alchemist had an iron elemental root. The iron elemental root itself was the root of the iron elemental tree. Soon, the organizer of the Dark Horse Pill Convocation also prepared the iron elemental root. The 2 iron elemental roots had the same weight. The difficulty of refining them was also the same. These 2 iron elemental roots are the same. You and I will compete to see who can refine the iron elemental root into iron elemental liquid in the shortest time. When the iron elemental root melted, it would become iron elemental liquid. The iron elemental liquid's scalding temperature was even higher than the magma in the volcano. Moreover, it had to be carried by a special object. Ordinary objects could not withstand the temperature of the iron elemental liquid. Okay. Li Zhongjiu did not say anything and directly made a decision. The Qianquan pill saint was once again pleased with himself. If it was some other competition, then he might not have such a chance of winning. However, refining this iron origin root in the competition was already as easy as flipping his hand for this Qianquan Dan saint. This was because his flames were also born from this iron origin root. To other people, the iron origin root was like a boulder that could not be refined, but to Qianquan Dan saint, it was simply a common occurrence. That heaven and earth Dan saint's cultivation has most likely already stepped into the ranks of grade 6 pills. Otherwise, these people would not have acted so easily. There was a cold glint in Elder Mo's eyes as he sized up the people around him. So far, old Mo still hadn't found the expert the 10 Directions Medicine Hall had invited. He didn't even know the name list until now. At this moment, those people were also hiding in the crowd, concealing their own strength. Therefore, old Mo was also very nervous and incomparably vigilant. If the 10 Directions Medicine Hall was compared to the 10 Directions Medicine Hall, then the strength of the 10 Directions Medicine Hall was not much different from the 100 Medicine Hall. The expert invited by the other party was certainly not weak. It was all for the following competition. After all, the ranking between them would affect the competition of interests between the 3 great herb merchants. To actually compete in refining the iron origin root, this is really boring. Li Yun said with a frown. What kind of situation was this? She actually wanted to see 2 experts refining the iron origin root here. Everyone also heard the rules of the competition. They wanted to see who could refine the iron origin root in the shortest time. Moreover, the refined iron origin liquid had to be compared to see who was more thorough. Even the iron origin liquid had different degrees of refinement. Ordinary refinement would appear white. If it was refined thoroughly, it would appear translucent. But if it was completely refined, it would become transparent. In the market, this transparent iron origin liquid was very rare. White iron origin liquid, on the other hand, was very abundant. It was a very good material to refine this kind of weapon. However, transparent iron origin liquid was very rare. Even if it was the flame of a 6th-grade alchemist, it was extremely difficult to refine this transparent iron origin liquid. He picked up the iron origin root in his hand. The Qianquan pill saint had already begun to show off his strength. The Qianquan sacred flame appeared in his palms. The iron origin root was also gently rotating in the flame between his palms. Through this method, the temperature was also roasting the iron elemental root. It could be seen that the iron elemental root had already turned from a black tree root to a scarlet color. On the contrary, looking at Li Zhongjiu, he didn't seem to be in a hurry. It seemed that he was looking for something in his storage ring. I've seen a 5th-grade alchemist refine this iron origin root before. It seems that it took him 12 hours to refine this iron origin root into white iron origin liquid. With my strength, it would take at least 24 hours to refine this iron origin root. The Qianquan pill saint's flame seemed to have a strong restraining effect on this iron origin root. It actually burned this iron origin root until it turned red so quickly. According to my estimation, I will definitely be able to refine it completely in less than 4 hours. The Qianquan pill saint seemed to have heard the discussion of the people below. Immediately, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. In that case, I will show my strength and let these people know today to broaden their horizons. Qianquan's sacred flame, sacrifice the universe. The flame between his palms suddenly spread out. Even if the scene was seen by outsiders, it was enough to see that the world between the Qianquan pill saint's palms was flying up and down, as if it was constantly boiling. This time, the spinning world was also directly in the hands of the Qiankuan Pill Saint. 6th grade alchemist. This Qiankuan Pill Saint has indeed broken through the 6th grade realm. 6th grade alchemist, he really is a 6th grade alchemist. The appearance of a 6th grade alchemist was almost like the appearance of a wolf king in a pack of wolves. Everyone had no choice but to be convinced by the strength of this 6th grade alchemist. Even if you were at the peak of the 5th grade, you would not be a match for this 6th grade alchemist. He only needed a finger to easily defeat you. This was the strength of a 6th grade alchemist. It was different in that realm. This is troublesome. This guy is actually a 6th grade alchemist. Koen Erasher came to the front of the arena. Looking at the strength displayed by the other party, he could not help but frown. What? That old man is a 6th grade alchemist. Li Yun did not believe these words when she heard them. However, when she heard Koen Erasher say this, she was immediately shocked. 6th grade alchemist? Wasn't that an existence like a legend? Although Boss is also a 6th grade alchemist, but under the situation of the same level, it is very difficult to crush the other party. Koen Erasher said in a dignified tone. These words made Li Yun's heart even more uneasy. Chapter 804. On the field, Li Zhongjiu had been looking for something for a long time. When Li Zhongjiu's face showed an expression of finding something, the Qiankuan Pill Saint on the opposite side had already refined nearly 1/10 of the iron elemental root in his hand. When the Qiankuan Pill Saint looked at Li Zhongjiu on the opposite side, there was also a hint of ridicule in his eyes. He would let Li Zhongjiu know how powerful he was. If he wanted to be an enemy of the Qiankuan Pill Saint, then he was not qualified yet. I finally found it. Li Zhongjiu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this thing was rare. Although it was not very precious, it was not something that could be found easily. Desolate grass? Koen Erasher saw Li Zhongjiu take out the desolate grass. Suddenly, he frowned. He did not know why Li Zhongjiu took out the desolate grass. Although this thing was powerful, very few people could understand how to use it. Even old Mo's eyes had a hint of ridicule. They even thought that Li Zhongjiu was just trying to please the crowd. Li Zhongjiu was almost done, but he still hadn't started yet. Could it be that he was going to catch up now? The Qiankuan Pill Saint was also a 6th grade alchemist. If he wanted to catch up, it would not be an easy task. Boom! Li Zhongjiu's palms were also jumping with flames, and this flame also directly formed a medicinal cauldron. With the appearance of this fire cauldron, everyone was also amazed by Li Zhongjiu's strength. There was really nothing to say about his control of this flame. The formation of a medicinal cauldron itself was about integrating into one, and the Tao was naturally formed. That was why this fire cauldron could have an effect. Otherwise, it would be useless if you only cultivated the shape of the ladder without any consciousness inside. What is he going to do? Wu Qingfeng and the others were also watching the battle between the two peak powers. With the identity of both of them, they were both 6th grade alchemists, so in this Dark Horse Pill Assembly, it was definitely a peak confrontation. But who knew that this confrontation would actually start in advance? Even Wu Qingfeng did not know what Li Zhongjiu was going to do. Wu Qingfeng originally thought that Li Zhongjiu had broken through the realm of the 6th grade alchemist, but that was only because Li Zhongjiu's talent was good, and even reached an extremely amazing level. However, in terms of experience, it was impossible to be perfect. However, when they saw Li Zhongjiu's move, they were unable to understand it. They really realized that Li might have other means. Li Zhongjiu directly extracted a wisp of desolate energy from the desolate grass. Then, using this desolate energy as a fire guide, he directly integrated this energy into the iron elemental root. Immediately, people could see that the iron elemental root had begun to gradually peel off. The iron elemental root, which did not have the slightest change under the flame, actually showed a trace of spontaneous combustion. From this moment on, People could see that the iron elemental root was constantly being corroded by the desolate energy. With the injection of the flame, people could also see that the iron elemental root was being smelted by the iron elemental liquid. Li Zhongjiu caught the iron elemental liquid with a ball of flame. Without the help of other things, the iron elemental liquid was very easy to cool down. Therefore, the iron elemental liquid needed to be protected by the flame. However, when the iron elemental liquid appeared in Li Zhongjiu's hand, the people below seemed to have their mouths wide open, and their eyes were wide open. Fuck, this is transparent iron elemental liquid. Kuan Erasure was the first to exclaim. His expression was very exaggerated, and he could not believe that it could be done to this extent. Transparent iron elemental liquid, this was an extremely precious existence in the market. There were even some blacksmiths who liked this iron elemental liquid the most. A good iron elemental liquid could even increase the power of their weapons by another 3 times. Therefore, this transparent iron elemental liquid was very difficult to find. High-level alchemists had the ability to do this, but they would not waste time and energy to do this kind of thing. Impossible! When the Qianquan pill saint saw the iron elemental liquid in Li Zhongjiu's hand, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Li Zhongjiu obviously dawdled for half a day before starting to refine. How could he be faster than him? Soon, the iron elemental root in Li Zhongjiu's hand was easily refined, and all of it turned into the transparent iron elemental liquid, which appeared in a flowing flame bottle in Li Zhongjiu's hand. The flame bottle was constantly rolling with a flame storm, which maintained the iron elemental liquid's original state. How long will he take? Do I have to continue waiting for him? Li Zhongjiu retracted his hand, and the flame bottle automatically floated in front of Li Zhongjiu. The power displayed by the bottle made everyone gasp in amazement. He finished refining so quickly? It didn't take more than 10 minutes. Almost as soon as the great desolation power poured into the iron elemental root, the refining process was completed. In the eyes of these people, it was simply unbelievable. This is impossible, you cheated. The Qianquan pill saint immediately pointed at Li Zhongjiu and said. Until now, he had only refined a third of it. He still needed a lot of time before he could completely refine it. However, Li Zhongjiu had started later than him. In such a short period of time, he had already refined this extremely difficult to refine origin iron root. Are you an idiot? Do I need to cheat? Li Zhongjiu looked at the Qianquan pill saint and said indifferently. You broke the rules and used the medicinal herbs to refine the iron elemental root, not completely refining it. The Qianquan pill saint remembered what medicinal herbs Li Zhongjiu had used, which was why he was able to refine the iron elemental root so quickly. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, how could he compare to him? There's such a rule? Li Zhongjiu was immediately surprised as he looked at the Qianquan pill saint. The Qianquan pill saint seemed to have grasped Li Zhongjiu's weakness. I dare to conclude that the iron elemental liquid in this child's hand is definitely just an illusion, and not the real iron elemental liquid. The Qianquan pill saint seemed to have exposed Li Zhongjiu's conspiracy, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. This was because the method used by Li Zhongjiu was almost unheard of, and no one had ever seen it before. Therefore, the iron elemental liquid in his hand must only have this shape, but in reality, it did not have the effect of the iron elemental liquid here. Then give it a try. As soon as Li Zhongjiu's voice fell, he directly stretched out his hand and waved it, throwing out the fire bottle in his hand. The transparent iron elemental liquid whistled out of the fire bottle and directly rushed towards the Qianquan pill saint. What? The Qianquan pill saint was shocked. Chapter 805. Along with the terrifying fluctuation, the Saint Pill Saint elixir roared. He immediately felt the extremely ferocious power within it. This was the newly refined iron origin liquid. Once this iron yuan liquid came into contact with one's body, it would definitely burn the person to ashes. The power of this iron yuan liquid was even more terrifying than the flames of a grade 6 alchemist. However, there was not much time left for the Qianquan pill saint. Immediately, he saw the terrifying power coming towards him. Boom! The Qianquan pill saint also did not hesitate to unleash his aura. At the same time, the Qianquan sacred flame in his hand turned into a flame curtain, blocking in front of him like a terrifying waterfall. The iron origin liquid that Li Zongjiu threw out also had an extremely terrifying penetrating power. It easily broke through. The iron origin liquid easily pierced through the Qianquan sacred flame. At this moment, the Qianquan pill saint also understood that the iron origin liquid refined by Li Zongjiu was absolutely genuine. Otherwise, how could it easily break through his Qianquan sacred flame? Not good. In the eyes of the Qianquan pill saint, the iron origin liquid in front of him seemed to have grown eyes. It directly spun in a circle and swept towards the back of the Qianquan pill saint. The Qianquan pill saint was in his own fire circle, constantly trembling with this power. Go for me! The Qianquan pill saint's hands suddenly pushed forward. The Qianquan sacred flame formed a powerful flame wall. However, this power had no effect in front of Li Zongjiu's iron origin liquid. Qi! An extremely terrifying temperature was released, and immediately, the sacred flame wall in front of him was directly destroyed. No! Looking at the iron yuan liquid splashing on his body, the Qianquan pill saint immediately screamed. The pain and fear he felt at this moment was the clearest thing he had ever felt in his life. The flame curtain dispersed. Everyone saw an extremely horrifying scene. They saw that half of the Qianquan pill saint's body had already turned into white bones, and the bones were also being corroded by the flame. Although the Qianquan pill saint did not have time to die, there was no chance for him to recover. Qianquan pill saint, who only had one leg left, finally fell to the ground helplessly and was directly corroded by the iron origin liquid. Even the storage ring was melted by the Qianquan pill saint. Everyone present was deeply shocked. This Qianquan pill saint was at least a 6th-grade alchemist. Now, he actually killed him just like that. That was too careless. It was not easy for the Heaven and Earth Dan saint to cultivate to the 6th-tier alchemist realm. Now, he wanted to display his strength, so that he could gain a good reputation in this kind of dark horse pill assembly and make a name for himself. However, he had never expected that he would be killed by the iron essence liquid. Looks like my iron essence liquid is real, Li Zongjiu said calmly. It was as if he had done all this just to test the authenticity of his iron essence liquid. After verifying that the iron essence liquid was real, the pile of iron essence liquid had already fallen to the ground and solidified again. It could be said that there was no effect. If he wanted to refine it again, it would take a lot of effort. When Li Zongjiu was refining the iron yuan root, although he said that he had added medicinal ingredients, it was no longer important whether this kind of action violated the rules or not. That Heaven and Earth Dan saint had been directly killed, was there a need for you to continue investigating? It was also very likely that he would offend Li Zongjiu directly. At present, this Li Zongjiu did not seem to be such a generous person. He could directly retaliate at any time. The notary also raised his head and glanced at the top of the pavilion. The person above nodded. In the end, it was judged that Li Zongjiu was the winner and successfully defended the arena once. The opponents that Li Zongjiu challenged were all very strong. For example, the Scarlet Cloud Fire Demon and the Qianquan Pill Saint of the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saint. Everyone also deeply remembered this young man in front of them. He was decisive in killing and did not put these rules in his eyes. Therefore, if they were to encounter this Li Zongjiu in the future, they must be careful. This brat, you must not be his enemy. Li Zongjiu glanced at the crowd and quickly caught sight of a figure who was looking at him with a gaze of extreme hatred. The corner of his mouth could not help but raise. Li Zongjiu felt that the style of the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saints was none of his business. However, if you wanted to provoke Li Zongjiu, then sorry, Li Zongjiu could only do things according to his own style. Li Zongjiu signaled Tian Fei with his eyes. Tian Fei also understood Li Zongjiu's intention and quickly headed towards that figure. This person was also one of the Scarlet Cloud 5 Saints. The Qianquan Pill Saint was killed by Li Zongjiu, so these people naturally had to find a way to take revenge. This person had not revealed his identity until now, but Li Zongjiu's gaze just now made him feel uneasy in his heart. It seemed that Li Zongjiu had already discovered them. Immediately, his figure also quickly walked out of the venue. The first day was almost over. Li Zongjiu came in front of Li Yun and the others. Kuan Erasure could only give Li Zongjiu a thumbs up. After all, Li Zongjiu's strength was indeed too terrifying. That was a 6th grade alchemist, and he actually killed him directly. Who could say that they killed a 6th grade alchemist? Then they killed a 6th grade alchemist. This was an extremely inconceivable thing, and even this ordinary person would not dare to do so. Li Zongjiu did it. You. How could you just kill him? That's too cruel. Li Yun was also a little surprised by Li Zongjiu's actions. After all, this Li Zongjiu killed a 6th grade alchemist. Wasn't this 6th grade alchemist very valuable? In the end, he actually killed one on the spot. However, Li Yun also thought that this old thing deserved to die. Since he could become the enemy of the Li family, then there was no need to sympathize with an enemy. That was a very stupid act. I accidentally killed him, Li Zongjiu said innocently, but no one would believe this Li Zongjiu's nonsense. Where did Tian Fei go? Li Yun saw that Tian Fei left directly. He went to the toilet. Li Zongjiu said lightly. The battle just now also made many people put their eyes on Li Zongjiu. Even when Li Zongjiu passed by in front of these people, they all looked at him in awe. That old Mo did not dare to challenge Li Zongjiu at all. Who knew that this kid was so fierce? Previously, in the inn, he had already displayed his invincible might once. After that, he consecutively defeated the famous experts in the Qiyun region. Such strength naturally caused old Mo to feel fearful. It's about time for today. Let's go out and rest first. Li Zongjiu glanced at the situation at the scene. Most of the people had already stopped and returned to their senses. Because they directly lost, there was no way to continue. Under the respectful gaze of the crowd, Li Zongjiu and the others also directly left the Black Horse Square. However, there were also quite a few people who looked at the departing Li Zongjiu as if they were toying with their prey. This person is the reinforcements that the 100 Medicine Pavilion invited? Chapter 806. In a tall building outside the Black Horse Square, a few people were sitting in front of the window. One of them was leaning on a rocking bench, holding a handful of melon seeds and eating them. The other two were holding binoculars, looking at Li Zongjiu with great interest. Then, the camera turned and focused on Li Yun. This young lady looks quite interesting. You only know how to look at other people's girls. Study her carefully. This Li Zongjiu is a real strong enemy, a girl said at the side. While she was talking, she was also using the same file to rub her fingernails. After that, she even blew on her fingernails. No matter how strong Li Zongjiu is, he is just one person. He can't go to heaven. In front of us, this kid can only die. The person lying on the rattan chair was flipping through a book of herbs. The three of them were about the same age. 2 men and 1 woman. Looking at the clothes of these 3 people, it was very obvious that these 3 people should be from the same family. The price that the 10,000 spirits immortal shop paid this time is not low. It seems that they are determined to get the right to collect herbs. It's just a land of spiritual herbs. What's there to think about? For such a small thing, they are fighting to the death. The girl seemed to feel uncomfortable sitting there. She put her slender legs on the tea table, and at the same time, she was painting her fingernails with some strange colors. Dong Xiubai, You don't have to be so exaggerated. What's the point of painting these strange things on your fingernails? It doesn't look good at all. The man who was standing looked back and saw the girl's actions. He couldn't help but say with disdain. As the most orthodox of men, he couldn't understand this strange behavior. Why would someone like to do this? It was really puzzling. Sometimes, the 5 fingernails on the same hand were all different colors. It was even more unbelievable. What do you know? Dong Xiaobai couldn't be bothered to care about the opinions of these uncouth fellows. Hey, Eastern Cold Mountain. You can handle this brat, right? I don't want to face such a boorish person. As for the others, only that guy from the 10 prescriptions medicine hall is worthy of my attention. I don't know where this Li Zongjiu came from, but he's so powerful even though he's just an amateur. Eastern Frost Mountain was also the person lying on the rattan chair. It's nothing, Dong Hanshan said plainly. Then, he looked at Dong Yangbai who was holding the binoculars and said, Hey, you've been watching for so long. Have you seen enough? Hurry up and order some food. I'm starving to death. I just want to take a look at that big sister, Dong Yangbai said. Then, the binoculars in his hand kept rotating, trying to find Li Yun. Swish. Boom. A whistling sound was heard. Dong Yangbai instantly sensed danger, and quickly let go of the binoculars. However, that overbearing force had already blasted the binoculars in his hand. In an instant, the binoculars were torn to pieces. At the same time, a hidden force rushed toward Dong Yangbai's eyes. However, Dong Yangbai didn't dodge. Instead, his eyes seemed to surge with flames. Immediately, the hidden force in front of him was completely burned away. What a guy! Dong Yangbai took a step back. There was a wound on his palm, which was caused by the broken binoculars. Haha, you've suffered a loss, haven't you? Dong Hanshan looked at Dong Yangbai's angry face and immediately laughed out loud. Dong Yangbai's expression was naturally very ugly. There was no need to think to know who attacked him. It was obviously a warning from Li Zongjiu. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu warned the wrong person. I haven't come to find you yet, but you've come to teach me a lesson first. Very well. I'd like to see how much skill you have. Dong Yangbai's face was full of displeasure. This was just an alchemist from the secular world. He only had some talent, but now he dared to take the initiative to provoke him. This was an extreme provocation for Dong Yangbai. Haha, I didn't expect that the third young master of the dignified Eastern Medicine clan would be teased by this secular person. Eastern Frost Mountain and the others were very gloating. Although they were teasing each other, the move just now did have some experience, which made Dong Yangbai very surprised. However, he naturally couldn't say it out loud. Li Zongjiu had long known that someone was spying on them. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to it. After all, it was just some idiot from a big family. However, who knew that under such circumstances, they dared to do it again and again. This was a bit too much, so he gave them a warning. They found an inn in this Black Horse town. The organizer was quite stingy. They didn't even arrange accommodation for them. The main reason was that these alchemists who came to participate in the competition, although they didn't have any big backing behind them, each of them had a bad temper. It was difficult to appease everyone, so they simply cancelled the accommodations. The 3 of them sat in front of the table. After a while, Tian Fei also came in from outside the room and sat down as if nothing had happened. On the way here, I found these tails, so I also cleaned them up. Tian Fei took out a blood-stained plate in his hand. The patterns on the plate were complicated, so it was hard to tell what it was. However, the back of the plate was engraved with the words Ardent Earth Sect. Didn't you go to the outhouse? You met them in the outhouse? Li Yun said in surprise. Ardent Earth Sect, this name sounded a little familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he recalled that yesterday, he seemed to have encountered some elite disciples of Ardent Earth Sect. After that, a few of them fought with each other and even beat them up. In the blink of an eye, he actually saw the people of Ardent Earth sect again. Something like that, Tian Fei said awkwardly. In fact, Tian Fei also went to deal with one of the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints who had a grudge against him. As for who that person was, he didn't know. Anyway, he had already died under Tian Fei's sword. These guys are really troublesome. You two go around and catch their boss for me. Li Zongjiu frowned. He hadn't come to find trouble with them, but they came to find him first. This made Li Zongjiu a little angry. Tian Fei and Kuan Erasure also stood up. Previously, Kuan Erasure and Tian Fei had some conflict. Now that they were fighting side by side, there was a different feeling. Even Kuan Erasure had a trace of competition. They were all of the same age. Good, I also want to see how big the gap is between me and the elite disciples of the top sects in this continent. Kuan Erasure said. Although the content was modest, the tone was unusually proud. Tian Fei also slightly nodded. I will let you know. Chapter 807. When Li Zongjiu had just been reborn, he was very low-key. Li Zongjiu rarely took the initiative to provoke other forces. He would wait until these people came knocking on his door and Li Zongjiu was forced to fight back. But now it was different. With Li Zongjiu's current strength, he did not need to be low-key anymore. Just like the Xianyuan sect that came to him. So what if you are arrogant and overbearing? As long as you dare to come, I will cripple you. Originally, Li Zongjiu planned to go to the Xianyuan sect directly. Later, the people of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion came to him and mediated this matter. So, Li Zongjiu did not pursue this matter for the time being. But if these people did not know the difference between life and death, then they would not have the chance to regret it in front of Li Zongjiu. Just like with the Ardent Earth sect. Really, a dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. They did not even weigh their own weight and dared to provoke Li Zongjiu. What kind of tail did they have? They were useless in front of Li Zongjiu. Li Yun was not clear about the enmity between the Ardent Earth sect and Li Zongjiu. But she thought that it should not be a powerful character. Anyway, as long as Li Zongjiu was here, there would not be any problems. Li Zongjiu did not receive any response from Tian Fei, but someone came to him immediately. Huo Mei, who had been watching Li Zongjiu, knew that this was a rare opportunity when he saw Tian Fei and Kuan Erasure leave. As for the other woman, if he was not mistaken, she should be a trash who only knew how to talk. As for Li Zongjiu, although he had some strength, the Ardent Earth sect had also come prepared. It was impossible for them to not be able to deal with an expert like him. It was a very simple task to specifically target this kind of expert who was separated from the group. Surround this inn, Huo Mei ordered. Immediately, more than 10 elite disciples rushed out from behind. The huge formation directly sent the diners, who were still eating, flying with a kick. Get out if you don't want to die. Those who had eyes could immediately see that these were the people of the Ardent Earth sect. Not far away they were the sect of the Ardent Earth sect. Who in the Black Horse Town did not know the strength of the Ardent Earth sect's people? They immediately ran away. Brat, you've got guts to come here alone. Since you've come to our Ardent Earth sect's territory, we should do our part as hosts. On Huo Mei's face, there was a look of a villain intoxicated by success. Li Yun glanced around and saw a total of 16 Ardent Earth sect disciples. They are going to set up a formation, Li Yun immediately whispered. When Li Zongjiu heard Li Yun's words, he looked directly at Li Yun and ignored the others. Why are you staring at me? Li Yun looked at Li Zongjiu's strange behavior and felt quite strange. At this time, Li Zongjiu never felt nervous. Facing a big sect, the most difficult thing to deal with was these people's formations. They were very good at it. Moreover, these people usually cultivated together. Once they formed a formation, the power they possessed would be extremely terrifying. It was simply unimaginable. You can see what kind of formation it is? Li Zongjiu curiously looked at Li Yun. Li Yun felt the pressure and began to quickly observe the formation of these people. Soon, she found that these people's formation was very strange. However, Li Yun quickly determined the formation of these people based on some clues around them. Scorching unveil formation. I once saw an introduction to this kind of formation in a miscellaneous book. Within this scorching unveil formation, everything will be destroyed. Not even bones will be left. When Li Yen mentioned this array formation, she was also shocked in her heart. I remember now. The scorching sun sect originated from this kind of formation. Li Yun immediately exclaimed. Looks like your talent in formations is not bad. Li Zongju obviously couldn't see what kind of formation these people were setting up. He didn't need to observe these things at all. You can set it up as you wish. I'll just sit here and give you enough time to prepare. You can set it up as you please. In any case, Li Zongju would be able to break it easily in the end. No matter how powerful your formation is, it can't be as powerful as the people in Qing Yuan Manor. Not bad, my ass. This scorching unveil formation is specialized in restraining all kinds of attribute. Either we rush out now, or we'll be finished when the formation is completed. Are we still going to sit here? Why don't you cover me and I'll escape first? Li Yun said. Because she understood formations, she was very clear about the power of this formation and felt a deep respect for it. What Hua Mei needed was Li Yun's respect. Hehe, if you want to leave, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Since you know this formation, feel it well. Start the formation. Under Hua Mei's command, the surrounding disciples of the Ardent Earth sect immediately released their Yuan force. The few of them connected with each other. Boom! A gust of chilly wind rose from the ground. This gust of wind was like a knife, easily flashing in front of them. In an instant, it directly slashed towards Li Zongjiu and Hua Mei. Seeing these wind blades coming towards them, Li Yun quickly said, "These wind blades are endless. We must find a gap in this storm. Otherwise, we will be continuously pierced by these wind blades, just like 1,000 arrows piercing through our hearts." Just as she finished speaking, Li Zongjiu's hand had already reached out of the formation with a swoosh. He directly grabbed a disciple of the Ardent Earth sect and threw him in front of him. Countless wind blades directly slashed the disciple of the Ardent Earth sect into a porcupine. Puff, puff, puff. He could clearly feel the pain as he listened to the waves of energy shuttling through his body. Even his bones were broken within his body. His entire body was paralyzed as he lay dead on the ground. Li Zongjiu then grabbed Li Yun. After all, there were too many dangers in the surroundings. If he didn't protect Li Yun well, he would probably be slashed into two halves. The number of people who had set up the array was decreasing one after another. When the number of people was reduced to 5, the array formation directly collapsed. When the formation disappeared, there were already 11 corpses left on the ground. What? Hua Mei never imagined how Li Zongjiu did it. Just as Hua Mei was in a daze, Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and appeared in front of Hua Mei. I see that your eyebrows are quite unique. I wonder what they will look like when they are burned. Li Zongjiu flicked his finger, and a flame burned Hua Mei's eyebrows. Chapter 808. Hua Mei never thought that his eyebrows would be burned on the spot at such an old age. Let go of protector Hua Mei. The remaining disciples saw that Hua Mei was directly held hostage by Li Zongjiu and quickly said. However, when they saw the corpses on the ground, they hesitated and did not dare to go forward. They only dared to stand at a distance and call for help, but they were reluctant to go forward. Once they went forward and were accidentally killed by Li Zongjiu, wouldn't it be a great loss? I'll give you a chance to leave, otherwise, I don't mind killing a few more. Li Zongjiu glanced at the 5 disciples who were still alive in front of him. My Ardent Earth sect's disciples are not cowards who are afraid of death. Hua Mei's eyebrows were burned, and he was incomparably humiliated. He angrily rebuked Li Zongjiu, but now his neck was in Li Zongjiu's hands. When he spoke, his saliva almost sprayed on Li Zongjiu's face. Don't worry, protector. We'll go and find the vice sect leader. Yes, protector, you must hold on. Immediately, the 5 disciples turned around and directly jumped out of the inn's window. Bang! Bang! Because the door was blocked by Li Zongjiu, these people did not hesitate to jump out of the window to escape. Seeing these disciples flee, it was a huge blow to Huomei. This was a huge blow to Huomei. He never thought that he would do such a thing. Just a moment ago, he said that the disciples of the Ardent Earth sect would never run away. In the blink of an eye, all of them had run away. Li Zongjiu, don't be arrogant. I don't believe that you dare to kill me. Huomei immediately straightened his chest, as if he was waiting to see if Li Zongjiu dared to kill him. Crack! Li Zongjiu directly took action and forcefully crushed Huomei's throat. Under Li Zongjiu's control, Huomei had no way to mobilize his Yuan force, so he was like a lamb in Li Zongjiu's hand. The last sentence just now became Huomei's last words. He casually tossed the corpse onto the ground. How dare he make a bet with Li Zongjiu? He was truly reckless. There were quite a few people who were secretly watching this scene. When they saw Li Zongjiu killing a protector of the Ardent Earth sect without the slightest hesitation and effortlessly killing a protector of the Ardent Earth sect, as well as a dozen disciples lying on the ground, a storm rose in their hearts. Such a scene was indeed extremely spectacular. What a terrifying person, this guy. He must have a very strong background. Damn, that's the protector of Earth sect. Someone cried out in surprise. Moreover, Li Zongjiu did not seem to see these people as human lives. Who would dare to sit down and have a meal with such a terrifying person who killed people like scything flax? Naturally, all of them quietly slipped away. This, you killed so many people, this. Li Yun saw so many corpses lying on the ground and could not help but feel a little scared. However, her psychological quality was not bad, so she quickly calmed down. These people wanted to kill us. This world is lacking in many things, but there are too many people who deserve to die. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Since they had provoked Li Zongjiu, then they could only wait for death. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had experienced many life and death situations, and had seen many tragic scenes. Therefore, sympathy was the most worthless thing. Li Zongjiu had long forgotten about sympathy, and only his own heart had persisted until now. That's true. Li Yun also kicked Huomei's body, causing him to roll a few times on the ground. This is for you. See how much you can understand. Li Zongjiu gave Li Yun a tattered and old book. Li Yun curiously took the book. After flipping to a page, her eyes could not leave the book. This is an encyclopedia of array formations. It's so detailed, such a detailed array formation book. Li Yun said excitedly, as if she had found a treasure. This book was also stolen from the underground black market of the Sacred Flame Royal City. If she did not remember wrongly, it should be there. It's good that you can read it. Li Zongjiu looked at Li Yun's interested expression and knew that Li Yun might have an extraordinary understanding of array formations. If she had talent in this area, then perhaps she could be nurtured into an array formation genius. This was also a very good thing for the Li family. Li Zongjiu was not very proficient in array formations in his previous life. If Li Yun was really interested, then he would help Li Yun find a good teacher. In this world, only Li Zongjiu was so confident. Array formation masters all had strange tempers, but they were all of high status. If they were given enough time and energy, they would not have a problem fighting against 100 people. Therefore, array formation masters were extremely precious resources. If they were powerful, it would be even more important if they wanted to take in a disciple. However, since Li Zongjiu thought so, then he must have his own way. As long as Li Zongjiu wanted something, then there was basically nothing that could not be done. If this person was not willing to teach, then Li Zongjiu would not mind chopping off his head. In this world, other than strength, the most important thing was one's fist. These corpses, the inn's shopkeeper walked out with his hands raised. He looked at Li Zhongjiu and the corpses in front of him. You can clean them up. Li Zhongjiu casually threw out a few purple yuan coins. Just these few purple yuan coins were enough to cover the inn's income for a few months. The shopkeeper immediately ordered his subordinates to move the corpses to the back courtyard. After all, he still needed to do business here. If someone died in an accident, it wouldn't be his inn's responsibility. Therefore, he didn't care about this. There was no inn that did not have people dying. If there were no deaths in this inn, then it was not a good inn. Who knows, if a powerful person suddenly died in your inn, then your inn would become popular all of a sudden. Boss, we are back. Kun Erisher and Tian Fei also stepped into the inn. They just happened to see the inn's waiter cleaning up the bloodstains on the ground. When they saw that there was no one in the inn, they immediately guessed that there were people here. They were really reckless. Kun Erisher knew about Li Zhongjiu's strength. If they met Li Zhongjiu, then there was basically no way for them to live peacefully. Being able to die a quick death was already a very fortunate thing. Tian Fei was carrying a person with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His body was full of wounds and blood. Even now, he was already in a semi-conscious state. Chapter 809. There's someone here too? Kun Erisher was obviously a little surprised. However, this mission was really not simple. It took a lot of effort to capture this guy. You guys are really something. You only have so few people, yet you still split them up. How interesting. Kun Erisher used a basin of water to wake the person in front of him up. Tian Fei did not say much. After all, Tian Fei's identity was different from Kun Arashi's. Tian Fei was only a subordinate of Li Zhongjiu. As the deputy sect master of Ardent Earth Sect, Xing Qianqiu had seen too many situations. Xing Qianqiu didn't even know how many things he had to deal with. Many troublesome problems were easily solved by him. Therefore, Xing Qianqiu was very confident in his ability. Even though the sect master had given him the mission to get rid of Li Zhongjiu, Xing Qianqiu felt that it was a very simple matter. However, he did not expect that two young men would actually kill their way to his residence today. Given the strength of Ardent Earth Sect, it was very normal for them to set up a branch hall in Black Horse Town. Xing Qianqiu was naturally disdainful when he saw the two youths charging towards him. These days, there were too many people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Therefore, Xing Qianqiu didn't put the two youths in his eyes. He ordered his men to capture them and torture them before interrogating them. Who knew that these two young men would start a massacre as soon as they rushed into the courtyard? These so-called elite disciples of Ardent Earth Sect were like a pile of tofu in front of these two young men. They were directly knocked to the ground, and a large number of them were knocked down. After that, when Xing Qianqiu reacted, he was already beaten up by these two young men. Xing Qianqiu was also a Yuan monarch elite. More or less, Xing Qianqiu had some status in the Jianghu. But now that he had been plotted against and reduced to such a state, Xing Qianqiu was even more furious and displeased. He immediately glared at the people in front of him. How dare you plot against me? Do you know who I am? Xing Qianqiu immediately stood up. However, he discovered that there were no signs of him being tied up. These people actually allowed him to move freely without any restrictions. However, when Xing Qianqiu saw the corpse lying on the floor in front of him, his eyes widened. This was a corpse that hadn't been cleaned up yet. This corpse was none other than Protector Huomei. Although Protector Huomei's eyebrows had been burned off, one could still tell that the person in front of them was Protector Huomei. How dare you kill Huomei? Xing Qianqiu's eyes widened as he stared at Li Zhongjiu and the people around him. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that these youngsters had already reached such a level of lawlessness? After all, this was the Black Horse Town, and the headquarters of the Ardent Earth Sect was not far away. Could it be that these people did not want to live anymore? You are digging your own graves. How dare you touch the protector of the Ardent Earth Sect? In less than a day, the Ardent Earth sect will come out in full force and kill all of you. Xing Qianqiu roared in a low voice. His words were very intimidating. If it was someone who was inexperienced in the underworld, they might have to be a little cautious. Where is your sect? Li Zongjiu asked directly. Since your Ardent Earth sect is so arrogant, I will go to your sect and take a look. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. If Li Zongjiu said such words to any sect in his previous life, the people of that sect would be disheartened. Because it meant that a big trouble was coming. When the evil lord came, they would either lose money or die. Therefore, they must prepare enough money to settle this matter. If they did not have enough money, then they could only wait for death. The evil lord was not here to have tea and talk about Tao. When the time was up, if they did not have enough money, then they would kill those who should be killed. What? Xing Qianqiu was also wondering if he had heard wrongly, or if he was dreaming. How could such a thing happen? Just who were these people? They actually wanted to visit the Ardent Earth sect for a visit? Of course, this meant that they were going to cause trouble in the Ardent Earth sect. There were very few enemies who dared to barge into the enemy's headquarters alone. Wasn't this equivalent to suicide? In Xing Qianqiu's long life, he had never encountered such a situation. For Xing Qianqiu, his brain seemed to be unable to process this. However, since these people had such a stupid idea, of course, he could not just rush over like that. Then, Xing Qianqiu sneered. All right, since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill your wish. If you have the ability, then come after me. Xing Qianqiu wanted to see if these people had set up any traps in the surroundings. He immediately jumped up and rushed towards the ceiling of the inn. He directly rushed out of the roof. Whoosh! Xing Qianqiu leaped up and realized that he was not restrained in the slightest. After his figure rushed out of the inn, he immediately felt as though he had escaped from a sea of suffering. He even felt that these young people were really too unprofessional. After capturing the person, they did not take any precautions and escaped so easily. However, Xing Qianqiu was happy too early. When Xing Qianqiu jumped up, a roar suddenly came from the sky. When he looked up, a huge black shadow appeared above his head. When he saw the thing above his head, it was as if a huge shadow of death was shrouding Xing Qianqiu. Xing Qianqiu instantly froze on the spot. Fuck, why don't you fly forward? Li Zongjiu and the others appeared on the Qilin battleship and looked at Xing Qianqiu below. Although Xing Qianqiu was flying at a higher altitude, the Qilin battleship easily surpassed Xing Qianqiu. After all, Xing Qianqiu was a Yuan monarch elite and was confident in his ability to escape. He was able to escape the pursuit of these young people. When he immediately escaped, he realized that the Qilin battleship was following closely behind him. Even under the huge pressure, Xing Qianqiu felt the fear of being chased by a huge beast. He was gradually shocked. Damn it! Along the way, Xing Qianqiu's figure directly chased into the distance. He did not know how much pressure he was under as he ran frantically. Finally, a towering mountain peak appeared in front of him. There seemed to be an extremely powerful force around the mountain peak, warning the surroundings. Even a flock of birds and beasts did not dare to come close. Wait for your death, you trash! Xing Qianqiu's eyes emitted a cold light. Chapter 810. Li Zongjiu stood on the Qilin battleship and saw a sect appear in front of him. On top of the mountain, there were layers upon layers of tall buildings. They slowly appeared in front of him, overlapping with each other. It was a magnificent sight. Since you're here, let's greet them. Li Zongjiu gestured to Li Yun. At first, Li Yun did not understand what he meant. However, when she saw Li Zongjiu adjusting the cannon, she understood. Immediately, Li Yun adjusted the energy cannons in the Qilin battleship. Some of the Ardent Earth sect disciples who were still in the sect lifted their heads to look at the Qilin battleship. The appearance of such a huge battleship piqued their curiosity. Who is that? How dare he drive a battleship to our sect? Our sect has a space-prohibiting array. Is this guy here to provoke our sect? Within 1,000 miles, no other sect dares to go against us. These people are obviously here to die. How dare they not know the rules? We'll blast them down sooner or later. That's right. I wonder where this country bumpkin came from. Obviously, these ardent Earth sect disciples had a strong sense of honor. When they saw the Chilean battleship, they were extremely xenophobic. After all, these people thought that the Chilean battleship was too arrogant. Even Xing Qianqiu sneered in his heart. But then, he suddenly heard a loud boom above his head. Boom! A terrifying sound vibrated out. It was as if the airwaves in the sky had been blown away. He could see a bright light wave rushing towards the sect's elders' hall at an incomparably fast speed. This was a sleeping chamber specially for the elders to rest. Boom! A hall that was almost 7 stories high was instantly smashed into pieces. The edge of the hall also directly rumbled a few times before it collapsed. It was like a real landslide and the earth was cracking. As for the disciples of Ardent Earth sect, their jaws dropped when they saw this scene. The Elders' Hall has collapsed. Fuck, are they here to attack our sect? I never thought that I would encounter something so exciting in my lifetime. Many disciples of the Ardent Earth sect were excited. It was not common for their sect to be attacked. Moreover, the strength of the Ardent Earth sect was not weak. It would not be easy to cover it up. As a disciple of the Ardent Earth sect, it was rare for him to witness such a scene. Therefore, he had mixed feelings about it. However, after the commotion, some people immediately woke up with a start. Fuck, the sect has been attacked. Quick, save the elder. Elders, are you alright? Many elders were resting at this moment. Now that they were suddenly shot through the window by a cannon, it was probably something that ordinary people could imagine. As for those elders who were hit by the cannon, they couldn't believe it. Who would have thought that something like this would happen to them? What's going on? As the vice sect master, Xing Qianqiu seemed to have finally realized what the current situation was. The collapse of the elders' sleeping chamber also caused these disciples to become nervous. Some of the elders were dug out, while others were buried deep underground. There were a total of 50 elders in the Ardent Earth sect, and only a dozen of them crawled out. A group of disciples lifted a large stone slab. He saw an elder and a senior sister hugging each other naked on a bedsheet. However, they were still unconscious. The power of the blast just now was too strong. Fuck. Isn't that senior sister Xuelian this? When the disciples saw this scene, they instantly felt as if their world had exploded. His senior sister, who was usually his goddess, had actually appeared in the elder's bed at night. Boom. Because of the shock, he loosened his grip and the stone slab was pressed down again. Shit! The disciples looked at each other. If the stone slab fell down with a bang, it would definitely cause the elder and senior sister to be injured again. Wouldn't that be killing the elder? Immediately, the disciples signaled with their eyes and then pretended to look for other survivors. Immediately, the disciples of the Ardent Earth sect who were responsible for guarding the Chilean battleship rushed towards it. However, there weren't many disciples who could fly in the air. A total of 6 people rushed towards the Chilean battleship first. Isn't that the deputy sect leader? Did the deputy sect leader bring people to attack our sect? When the disciples saw Xing Qianqiu, their eyes widened. They couldn't believe their eyes. There were a lot of strange things that happened tonight. First, the sect was attacked. Now, it was the vice sect master who brought people here. One of them looked a little older, so he was asked to speak. He coughed softly, stepped forward, and shouted at the Chilean battleship. "Who are you? Tell me your name." However, there was no response from the Chilean battleship. The cannon on the Chilean battleship was aimed at the formation of the 6 people. "Disperse!" The young man who was leading the group immediately exclaimed. Boom! Another resplendent light emerged. When the 6 disciples sensed the emergence of this intense light, although they dodged quickly, the power of the light still remained in the area. Boom! The few of them were immediately blinded and deafened. Although it was only for a short period of time, under such power, it was still unbearable. Xing Qianqiu watched as the cannon on the Qilin battleship aimed at the book depository hall of the Ardent Earth sect. The book depository hall contained the sect's cultivation techniques, and there were even a few top-notch elemental arts. There were even unique copies that couldn't be duplicated. Once duplicated, the imprint of the elemental arts would disappear, which was equivalent to losing the elemental arts. However, all of these didn't exist now. When the guardian elder of the book depository hall sensed the might of this cannon, he immediately leaped forward and charged towards the light cannon. However, this light cannon contained the power of an upper-grade elemental stone. How could it be blocked so easily? Boom! The guardian elder was directly blasted into nothingness. The tall, precious, and ancient book depository hall. It was like an incense stick that had been burned out, directly turning into ashes. Chapter 8:11. They could only watch helplessly as their book depository hall was reduced to a pile of ashes. To them, this was a very solemn place of inheritance, but now it had been reduced to ashes by a single shot from the enemy. This, Xing Qianqiu had long forgotten about the so-called fear when he saw this scene. Only endless confusion remained in his eyes. Xing Qianqiu couldn't have imagined the development of the current situation. You? Stop it! Xing Qianqiu roared at the Qilin battleship where Li Zongjiu and the rest were. He stared at the Qilin battleship above and wished he could blast it into pieces. He was the one who had brought this terrifying thing here. Of course, Xing Qianqiu was not worried about the destruction of these sects' holy lands. He was worried that these sects would definitely hold him responsible after this incident. Today, I, Li Zongjiu, will not kill you. However, if Ardent Earth sect continues to be stubborn, then don't blame me for being impolite. Li Zongjiu shouted in the direction of the people from Ardent Earth sect. Sometimes, it was more effective to beat people until they were scared than to kill them directly. Therefore, after Li Zongjiu used the Qilin battleship to intimidate them, this matter was over. If they continued to be stubborn and wanted to provoke Li Zongjiu, then he would wait for Li Zongjiu to come back and destroy Ardent Earth sect directly. Directly driving the Qilin warship and firing 2 cannons was simply more direct and simple than anything else. Ignoring Xing Qianqiu's incessant shouting below, Li Zongjiu turned around and left in front of Ardent Earth sect. The effect of this demonstration was quite good. These people from Ardent Earth sect had never expected that someone would attack in such a way. The sudden attack was something that the elders and disciples did not expect at all. In fact, they did not even have the slightest inkling of what was going on. Yet, they had already suffered extremely heavy losses. Xing Qianqiu looked at the departing Qilin battleship and Li Zongjiu and the others. Looking at the miserable state of the Ardent Earth sect, Xing Qianqiu felt that this was a hellish torture. Xing Qianqiu even thought of taking advantage of the chaos to leave the sect tonight. Damn it, that damned Li Zongjiu! Except for Li Zongjiu, the rest of the people on the Qilin warship felt like they were in a dream. This deterrence of strength was quite wonderful. Ordinary people would never have thought that there would be such a thing and it would even succeed. Under normal circumstances, if you were to go alone without any preparation, you would be targeted the moment you stepped into the vicinity of the other party's sect. Then, it wouldn't be a problem for them to deal with you directly. There was simply no chance for him to leave like this. The reason why he was able to achieve today's result was because he was bold. Secondly, the power of the Qilin battleship was indeed too powerful. This time, it was an easy bombardment and it had already completed its mission. Then, it quickly left. If it had enough energy, it might even be possible to wipe out the Ardent Earth sect today. After thinking about the dangers, Kuan Erasure and the others became excited. Oh my god, this warship is too powerful! Kuan Erasure was also amazed by the Qilin battleship in his hands. He had never seen such a powerful weapon. The Qilin battleship was one of them. It was extremely powerful and intimidating. If their Koan castle could have a few more of such weapons, then the power of Koan castle would also increase tremendously. The bombardment just now consumed one upper-grade primordial stone. Li Yun set up the Qilin battleship and was now slowly returning to the Black Horse Town. When he heard Li Yun's words, Koan Erasure was in a bad mood. Just now, 2 primordial stones were directly consumed. Who could afford to consume such a thing? No wonder it was so powerful. However, if the battle continued like this, no matter how rich one's family was, it would be impossible to consume such a huge amount of primordial stones. That's way too expensive. But this is the first time I've ever experienced something like this, Koan Erasure said excitedly. Not only was Koan Erasure excited, but Tian Fei also admired Li Zongjiu's courage even though he did not say it out loud. Facing a sect and facing the threat of an ancient emperor expert were 2 completely different levels. However, Li Zongjiu was fearless and directly killed his way out. It was really admirable. Let's go back to the Black Horse Town first. There will be more of such things in the future. Li Zongjiu said slowly. Such a small matter was nothing. Li Zongjiu's battle record in his previous life could be said to be even more glorious. This was just a small lesson, and Li Zongjiu didn't even use his full strength. If Li Zongjiu really got serious, then the Ardent Earth sect would be doomed. Li Yun also looked at Li Zongjiu, who was sitting quietly. She realized that she did not understand her brother at all. However, this did not prevent Li Yun from admiring and trusting Li Zongjiu. It was Li Yun's first time piloting the Qilin battleship to battle. If they could not escape just now, then it would be destroyed by Ardent Earth sect. As the captain of the ship, Li Yun naturally could not escape. However, Li Yun did not hesitate to obey Li Zongjiu's orders. This was a big matter of directly attacking a sect. The consequences of provoking an entire sect were very serious. However, with Li Zongjiu around, everything was fine. The 4 of them returned to the Black Horse Town safe and sound. At this moment, in Black Horse Town, those who did not know that Li Zongjiu had already gone to Ardent Earth sect to greet them only knew that Li Zongjiu seemed to have crippled Ardent Earth sect's protector Huamei. Immediately, Black Horse Town also started a heated discussion about this matter. They were all discussing whether this matter was true or false. It must be fake news. That is Ardent Earth sect. Who doesn't know the name of Ardent Earth sect within 1,000 miles? That's right. The Deputy Sect Master of Ardent Earth sect is an expert of the Yuan King realm. I heard that the Deputy Sect Master of Ardent Earth sect is in Black Horse Town. If anyone dares to spread such a rumor, aren't they afraid that the Deputy Sect Master of Ardent Earth sect will deal with them? How audacious! Someone slammed the board and said. Obviously, he was supporting the Ardent Earth sect. That's not necessarily true. Li Zongjiu is a figure who has made a name for himself in Sacred Flame Royal City. He must not be simple to be able to make a name for himself in Sacred Flame Royal City. I also heard that Li Zongjiu is an honorary elder of Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. Chapter 8:12. Because of Li Zongjiu's extraordinary performance in the Black Horse Square during the day, there were many people who paid attention to this Li Zongjiu afterwards. News about this Li Zongjiu suddenly spread all over the sky. It made it so that no one could tell what was real and what was fake. On the contrary, Li Zongjiu's reputation gradually rose at this moment. And it was worth mentioning that the 5 Red Flame Saints, 5 great alchemists, were considered an extremely powerful alliance among the rogue cultivators. However, after the death of the Qiankuan Pill Saint, no one else appeared to avenge the death of the Qiankuan Pill Saint. Even the rest of the people had never appeared. Just like that, they disappeared without a trace. This was also the characteristic of these people. Once there was any trouble, they would immediately hide. There was no sense of brotherhood at all. What's more, the strongest Qiankuan Pill Saint was defeated, so what use could these people have? So after thinking about it, they might as well talk about this matter in the future. It could be seen that the brotherhood between these people was not as deep as imagined. For a time, the topic about this Li Zhongjiu also directly swept the entire Black Horse town. Even in the alchemy circle in the Qiyun prefecture, most people would clearly know the name of this Li Zhongjiu. The lively night did not have much impact on Li Zhongjiu and the others. After teaching the Ardent Earth sect a lesson, they returned to the inn as usual. First, they had another supper, and then they went to rest. The few of them were all cultivation maniacs. Whenever they had some free time, they would spend it on cultivation. Li Yun's usual training was considered to be more diligent, but for this Li Yun, the usual training was soulless. It was just to become stronger and train here. But this time was different, when she held the incomplete book in her hand. Li Yun originally wanted to sleep early, but in the end, holding the book in her hand, she couldn't sleep at all. For ordinary people, the content could be said to be very obscure and difficult to understand, but Li Yun was reading it with great interest at this moment. Obviously, this Li Yun also had her own talent in comprehending this array. The second day, Li Zhongjiu also recited the White God Fu once in the night, and at the same time, he also tempered his blood-soul hell. Basically, this was what he had to do every day. Although his strength had made a breakthrough now, he couldn't be arrogant. He had to continue to maintain this state. After all, the enemies in the future would only get stronger. The reason why such a Black Horse alchemy gathering came to this gathering was also for these 6th-grade medicinal herbs. Usually, these guys would directly hide these 6th-grade medicinal herbs. If you want to buy them, it would take a lot of money and effort. This was a rare opportunity, so Li Zhongjiu didn't give up. It was just a good opportunity to let Kuan Erasure make a name for himself here. In such a place where good people mixed with bad people, the chances of becoming famous were higher, but the chances of dying were naturally higher. If you want to make a name for yourself, you have to take risks. The drunken flower hasn't appeared yet. It seems like it is waiting for a big move. Li Zhongjiu and the others sat in front of the table. They were discussing where the drunken life flower was located. They also asked these people to pay attention to it. They had to find the drunken life flower no matter what. Several people came to the Black Horse Square again. There were people around to maintain order. These people in front of them could only keep retreating. They couldn't get too close. It was to prevent some irrelevant people from getting close. Compared to yesterday, the number of people today naturally decreased a lot. Many people had been eliminated in the first round. As for those who stayed behind, they were either experts themselves, or they had some tricks up their sleeve. So the next battle was naturally more difficult. The number of arenas decreased directly. On the second day, a total of 20 arena masters were set up, and the free arena was cancelled. So if one didn't have enough strength, it was impossible to defend this arena, and it was very likely that he would encounter some situation of attrition battle. As long as he could win, it didn't matter what method was used. Take the initiative to challenge, Li Zhongjiu said to Kuan Erasure. Kuan Erasure also nodded. He naturally understood Li Zhongjiu's meaning. With Kuan Erashi's level of strength, it was very difficult to catch up with Li Zhongjiu, but Li Zhongjiu still took the initiative to bring him around. It was obvious that he wanted to train him, and treated him as his own brother, so he was willing to do so. Therefore, Lan Kuan knew that he had to increase his strength. He had to constantly sharpen himself. Only then would he be able to succeed. Only then can he kill his way out of the thousands of difficulties. Kuan Erashi's eyes also had a trace of madness. Lan Kuan was not a person who knew his place. Now, he naturally wanted to show off his prowess. Since the Dark Horse Pill Gathering was a very good opportunity to show off, Lan Kuan naturally wanted to perform well. Immediately, Kuan Erashi's figure leaped, and he directly rushed towards the arena. The arena master had already been changed. Those who did not become the arena master yesterday were directly chosen as the arena master today. Unless you did not participate in this Black Horse Pill convention, You would definitely have the opportunity to fight. Yesterday's lucky kid, huh? Hee hee, do you really think that I don't have any skills? Seeing Koen Erisher jump up, opposite him was a hunchback old man. It was said that this old man bent his back to study alchemy for many years, and that was why he became a hunchback. Some people also said that this old man stole alchemy skills, and his spine was broken. In the end, he became like this and fell to this place. In short, there were all kinds of stories. It did not affect this hunchback old man's prestige at all. Hunchback old man, I have heard of your name when I was in Koen Castle. Koen Erisher looked at the old man in front of him and said. When the hunchback old man heard Koen Arashi's words, his eyes lit up. What did this kid mean? When he thought about it carefully, he immediately understood that this kid actually came from Koen Castle. You are from Koen Castle? Hee, what a coincidence. Looks like you are very confident. Since someone from Koen Castle is here, there is no need for you to go back. The hunchback old man also grinned, revealing a mouth full of big golden teeth. This person was also a wanted criminal in Koen Castle. Although his reputation was not very high, this ordinary wanted criminal still belonged to the category of wanted criminals. Chapter 8:13. The camel-humped old man didn't commit any heinous acts before. However, he violated the rules of Koen Castle and even ran away without permission. Naturally, he became a wanted criminal in Koen Castle. However, Koen Castle didn't have enough manpower, so they didn't chase after these people all over the world. Only when these disciples of Koen Castle were wandering outside would they catch these people. If they accidentally bumped into one, they would take care of him. For example, Koen Erisher actually happened to meet the camel-humped old man here. Naturally, they would punish him on the spot to show the prestige of Koen Castle. Li Zongjio didn't continue to pay attention to the situation here. He didn't care about Koen Arashi's outcome. If Koen Erisher succeeded in making his way through the Dark Horse Pill meeting, then Li Zongjio would celebrate for him. However, if Koen Erisher was harmed, then Li Zongjio would definitely take revenge for Koen Erisher. This was Li Zongjio's mentality. The honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion is actually a 17-year-old youth. How sad. Do you think it's necessary for a trashy force like the Heavenly Pill Pavilion to exist? Li Zongjio was about to ask Feng Tingfei where the damn drunken flower was. After all, if he used his eyes to look for it, who knew how long it would take him to find it? If he directly looked for Feng Tingfei, it might be more effective. However, before he could do so, a voice rang out behind him. From the sound of it, it was obvious that this voice was coming for Li Zongjio. Who do you think you are? Li Zongjio turned around and saw a tall and burly man appear directly behind him. Oh, you're the one who peeped with the binoculars yesterday, right? When Li Zongjio saw Dong Yangbai in front of him, he immediately recognized him. Dong Yangbai didn't expect Li Zongjio to say such words without any restraint. To Dong Yangbai, this was a great provocation. He couldn't help but want to beat Li Zongjio to death on the spot. Who peeped at you? With this young master's status, do I need to do such a thing? It was laughable just thinking about it. Bullshit. Stop talking nonsense. Since there's no need to talk between us, let's meet in the arena. Dong Yangbai directly said to Li Zongjio. Do you see that person? Li Zongjio pointed at Lan Kuan, who was currently sparring with the hunchback elder. Dong Yangbai wasn't blind, so he could naturally see it. Defeat him first, then come and find me. After patting Dong Yangbai's shoulder, Li Zongjio left directly. Dong Yangbai was stunned for a moment. Was this kid serious? He actually dared to say such words to Dong Yangbai. This was forcing him to directly kill Li Zongjio. He had even clenched his fist a few times. Very well, you asked for it. Let's see what other excuses you have. Dong Yangbai wasn't in a hurry to deal with Li Zongjio. Instead, he walked directly in the direction of Koen Erisher. Poor Koen Erisher didn't know that Li Zongjio's words had brought him a powerful enemy. Kuan Erasure was also fighting desperately in the arena. It took Li Zong a long time to find Feng Tingfei. Do you know who among these people has the drunken life flower? Li Zongjiu asked straightforwardly. This put Feng Tingfei in a difficult position. At this time, he obviously didn't say it casually. At least, this was considered a leak of information. However, Li Zongjiu came personally to ask. If he didn't give an explanation, he wouldn't be able to get past this hurdle. Although this is against the rules, since Elder Li personally asked, I'll give you face. In fact, the people of the Dongyao clan have already contacted you. As far as I know, the drunken life flower is in the hands of these people. But I'm not very clear about who has it, Feng Tingfei said. Although it was equivalent to not saying anything, at least this could be used to identify some people. The Dongyao clan? When Li Zongjiu heard this name, he frowned. It wasn't because he had never heard of it. On the contrary, it was because he had heard of the name of the Dongyao clan that he knew clearly that with the strength of the Dongyao clan, they shouldn't appear in such a place. This was a little surprising. Why would these people appear in such a place? With the strength of the Dongyao clan, they naturally wouldn't come to such a place. However, the people of the Myriad Spirits Immortal Shop are not simple. They used a lot of connections to invite these people here. When Feng Tingfei found out that the people of the Myriad Spirits Immortal Shop had invited the people of the Dongyao clan, he was terrified. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Fortunately, he met Li Zongjiu. When such a hidden trump card was revealed, Feng Tingfei felt as if he had eaten a calming pill. Whether it was the previous Blue Void or the current Old Mo, those people were not qualified to fight with the people of the Dongyao clan. 10 Directions Medicine Hall seemed to have known about this long ago, so they just casually selected some people to go through the motions. However, it was still unknown whether they had secretly prepared any trick. If Li Zongjiu were to fight with the people of the Dongyao clan now, it was obviously not a wise thing to do. Therefore, Feng Tingfei tried to persuade him. With the strength of the people of the Dongyao clan, they will definitely be able to make it to the end. When the time comes, you will definitely be able to face them. At this moment, we still need to conserve our strength. Bang! As soon as Feng Tingfei finished speaking, a loud noise was heard. At the front of the arena, a figure was directly sent flying to the ground. Kuan Erasure. The explosion just now came from the medicinal cauldron in Kuan Arashi's hand. In the competition in the arena just now, Kuan Arashi's medicinal cauldron was directly shattered. Kuan Arashi's figure fell to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A piece of trash. You want to compete with me with this kind of trash? A figure stood at the edge of the arena, looking at the person who fell to the ground in front of him with an incomparably arrogant attitude. Then, he looked in the direction of Li Zongjiu, his eyes full of provocation. He made a quick judgment. Li Zongjiu's eyes immediately turned cold. The smile at the corner of his mouth was quite sinister. If Kuan Erasure couldn't make it out of this competition, it was Kuan Arashi's problem. However, you can kill Kuan Erasure, but you can't humiliate Kuan Erasure. No matter what, Kuan Erasure was Li Zongjiu's brother. You're courting death. It was just a simple word, but it made Feng Tingfei, who was standing beside him, feel an extremely inexplicable tremble. Chapter 8:14. Feng Tingfei's body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's aura was so cold that no one dared to get close to him. He immediately realized that something big was going to happen to Li Zongjiu. Feng Tingfei's heart was filled with nervousness and excitement. At the same time, he was a little worried. After all, Li Zongjiu could be said to be his only hope. He couldn't count on the other two. Feng Tingfei wasn't mentally prepared to let Li Zongjiu fight with these people from the Eastern Medicine clan so soon. That was why he was so nervous. Are you okay? Hey, is there something wrong with your brain? Li Yun helped Kuan Erasure up. Looking at the person in front of him, he couldn't wait to rush up and tear apart this person's smirking mouth. It was a face that made people loathe just by looking at it. Kun Erasure also struggled to get up. At this moment, Li Zhongjie also walked over. First, he tapped Kun Arashi's body a few times. Finally, he slapped Kun Arashi's body. Kun Erasure suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body returned to normal. You can break my hidden strength. Your eyesight is not bad. You are qualified to fight with me. Dong Yangbai looked at Li Zhongjie and said indifferently. There was a strange light in his eyes. He was surprised that Li Zhongjie could discover the hidden strength in Kun Arashi's body and remove it so easily. This was what surprised Dong Yangbai. This was not an ability that an alchemist should have. I think you are really tired of living. Li Zhongjie glanced at the broken pieces of the alchemy cauldron on the stage. Every alchemy cauldron was the partner of an alchemist. Although it was not so mysterious, deliberately destroying the other party's things was also very hateful. Without saying a word, he walked up to the arena. Since you are so arrogant, then let's bet 36th tier medicinal herbs. Li Zhongjie said directly. 36th grade medicinal herbs. This number was definitely a huge amount of pressure for a force like the 1000 Taste Herb Hall. This pressure was even enough to crush a powerful family. Even if the 100 Medicine Pavilion wanted to take out so many grade 6 medicinal ingredients at once, it would be somewhat difficult. He definitely wouldn't want to willingly take out this 6th grade medicinal ingredient. It was equivalent to cutting off a piece of meat from the 100 Medicine Pavilion. Hee, are you trying to scare me? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. In the eyes of ordinary people, 30 stalks of grade 6 medicinal herbs was already an extremely terrifying gamble. However, Dong Yangbai only casually crooked his finger. No problem. I'll give you whatever you want. In the eyes of these people, 6th grade medicinal herbs were only equivalent to pocket money. They did not put them in their eyes at all. This was the power of the Eastern medicine family, which controlled powerful resources. What do you want to compete in? You can choose whatever you want. Dong Yangbai was obviously very confident. No matter what Li Zhongjie chose, he was confident that he could defeat Li Zhongjie directly. Let's compete in what you just did. Compete in suppressing fire. Compete in suppressing fire. It was also a unique competition among alchemists. The flame in an alchemy furnace was not static, and during the process, it would often suddenly emerge when the pill was about to be refined, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. At this time, it was a test of the alchemist's ability to suppress the fire. Once the flames erupt, you won't have the chance to retract the power. If you were unable to suppress the flame, then your furnace of pills would easily turn into a pile of ashes. This was why the ability to suppress the flame was tested. Only an experienced alchemist would be able to control the sudden change of the flame. The competition in this arena was to place the two alchemy furnaces together and send the flame to the other alchemy furnace. At the same time, the alchemist had to suppress the flame in his own alchemy furnace. Whoever extinguished the other's flame first would be the winner. This was the so-called competition in suppressing fire. Obviously, Kun Erasure and Dong Yangbai were competing in suppressing fire. The result could be seen from the scene. The fragments scattered all over the ground. Kun Erasure even blew up the alchemy furnace in his hand. The other party did not show any mercy at all. This was completely to humiliate Kun Erasure. Not only that, the guy in front of him secretly injected a few hidden forces into Kun Arashi's body. It was this hidden force that caused Kun Erasure to suffer such a serious injury. Be careful of this person. His flame is very strong. With great difficulty, Lan Kun finally managed to squeeze out these words. After listening to Kun Arashi's words, Li Zhongjie gestured with his hands. Kun Erasure was using the residual sun flame, which he had refined some time ago. Although it had only been a short time, Kun Erasure was already quite proficient in it. No matter how bad the residual sun flame was, it shouldn't have failed so thoroughly. Therefore, the power of the other party's flame must be very strong. It couldn't be underestimated. I will pay him back tenfold for what he did to you. Li Zongjiu's tone was calm. Those who didn't know him would think that Li Zongjiu was acting tough. However, those who were familiar with Li Zongjiu knew that Li Zongjiu was really angry. When Lan Kuan faced the other party, he felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. In fact, in just a few minutes, he was already suppressed by the other party. Then, he was directly detonated by the other party, causing him to be seriously injured. He knew that the other party had launched a sneak attack on him, but he had no way to resist or evade. Let's compete in fire suppression. Let's start. Dong Yangbai didn't care about what Li Zongjiu was competing in. Anyway, as long as he stood in the arena, he wouldn't be able to walk away safely. He didn't know that Li Zongjiu was also thinking the same. Boom! Dong Yangbai once again took out his medicine cauldron. It was a blue medicine cauldron. Sky blue reverent cauldron. The corners of Dong Yangbai's mouth curled into a sneer. It was said that the celestial blue reverend cauldron was left behind by an ancient sovereign expert when he was refining pills. Now that it had fallen into Dong Yangbai's hands, it showed his strength and talent. Otherwise, why would the Eastern Medicine clan give such a precious item to Dong Yangbai? This guy is showing off again. Dong Xiubai said disdainfully when she saw this scene from below the arena. This guy really likes to show off. Showing off. Li Zongjiu took out the Azura cauldron, which also landed on the ground with a boom. From the outside, the Azura cauldron was extremely low-key. Moreover, it was thinner than the sky blue reverent cauldron. However, Dong Yangbai frowned. The moment the Azura cauldron appeared, the surroundings were filled with a faint killing intent. Chapter 8:15. Of course, the people below the stage couldn't feel it, but the people on the stage naturally felt the deterrence of Li Zongjiu's Azura cauldron. However, Dong Yangbai was still extremely confident in himself. The cauldron in his hand was a treasure passed down from his ancestors. To be able to obtain it, one needed to have the corresponding strength. As for the cauldron in Li Zongjiu's hand, he knew at a glance that it must have come from some crooked ways. There was no need to worry about it. Come on! The cauldron was one aspect, but the flame was also very important. Poison, torment, true scripture. The two of them sat on the ground. Dong Yangbai took the lead and slapped Li Zongjiu's Azura cauldron. Obviously, Dong Yangbai's main strategy was to attack. Only offense was the best defense. When the energy poured into the Azura cauldron, a flame suddenly appeared in Li Zongjiu's Azura cauldron. The flame constantly collided with the Azura cauldron. Poison, torment, true fire. Dong Yangbai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Although the cultivation of this primordial flame was born within the body, it also consumed a lot of natural treasures. In order to birth this flame within his body, it could be said that he had gone through a lot of hardship. If one wanted to stand out in such a big family, one must be ruthless to oneself. Only by being ruthless to oneself could one become a real expert. Otherwise, one would only be trampled under others' feet. Being born in a big family was never a very lucky thing. Dong Yangbai was an expert who stepped on the bones of geniuses of the same age. In front of Dong Yangbai, nothing could stop him. At the very least, this was what almost everyone was thinking. When Dong Yangbai's poison torment true fire occupied Li Zongjiu's Azura cauldron, Koan Arashi's eyes widened when he saw this scene. This guy can control the flame in the cauldron to attack. His method is very strange. Moreover, the cauldron can turn into a highly poisonous object. Koan Arashur exclaimed. He didn't even have time to remind Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also placed his palm on it, allowing the flames and poison to enter his body. He saw that Li Zongjiu did not attack, but only focused on defense. Absorbing the flame into one's body was an extremely risky action. Of course, it was only possible to absorb the energy into one's body in order to relieve the pressure in the cauldron in a very desperate situation. Li Zongjiu had used such a method the moment he came up. It was obvious that he was trying to find a reason for himself to die faster. When the rest of the people saw Li Zongjiu's behavior, they were clearly amateurs. Or rather, they were so frightened by the person in front of them that they didn't know how to deal with such a situation. I thought this Li Zongjiu had some ability. It seems that he is also a short-lived ghost. He panicked when faced with a little pressure. I'm afraid he can't withstand it with this kind of endurance. Some people couldn't help but shake their heads. They felt very sorry for Li Zongjiu's inexperience. In this kind of battlefield, a small mistake was enough to turn you into ashes. What else could you do? Dong Yongbai originally thought the same, but after a few seconds, he completely changed his mind. The tormenting true fire in his body was constantly spreading from the Azura cauldron into Li Zongjiu's body. No matter how much energy there was, it was all absorbed by Li Zongjiu. When his own flame entered Li Zongjiu's body, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no movement at all. It was directly absorbed by Li Zongjiu just like that. How is this possible? Is there no limit to this guy's body? He looked at Li Zongjiu, who was still expressionless. The only thing that changed was his robe swaying due to the fluctuation of yuan qi. Other than that, there was nothing wrong with him. Is this all you've got? Li Zongjiu looked at Dong Yongbai in front of him. At this moment, Dong Yongbai saw one thing in Li Zongjiu's eyes. It was contempt. This was a kind of extreme contempt. It was a look that didn't put Dong Yongbai in his eyes at all. Dong Yongbai had once looked up at a person, and his memory of this gaze was very clear. However, he hadn't seen such a gaze for a long time after he became successful. Now, this gaze was repeated on Li Zongjiu's body. Dong Yongbai was naturally furious. Oh no, Dong Yongbai is angry. Dong Xiubai said softly when she saw that Dong Yongbai's eyes had become radical. Based on her understanding of Dong Yongbai, although the latter looked frivolous, in fact, it was very difficult to provoke him. Dong Yongbai even had full confidence in doing anything he wanted. But now, his eyes changed so quickly. He was obviously angered by Li Zongjiu. Then, one could feel that Dong Yongbai's aura had soared. At this moment, it seemed that the world had also felt the throbbing of the power of the wind and cloud. Boom! The domineering power seemed to be drawn from the boundless sky. There seemed to be a surge of energy around Dong Yongbai's body. A huge black tiger covered in flames placed its claws on Dong Yongbai's body. Then, the tiger's figure slowly emerged. Roar! A tiger roar sounded. The black tiger's appearance was full of majesty. It had an aura that could devour the world. With a gentle sweep of the tiger's tail, a heat wave swept across like a hurricane, rolling up a frenzy on the ground. Boom! Dong Yongbai had already decided to get rid of Li Zongjiu as quickly as possible, to avoid any more trouble. Subduing Flame Tiger? When Li Zongjiu saw the power of Dong Yongbai's original soul, he was shocked. This was because the hidden Flame Tiger itself was very powerful. It was not easy to obtain such a primordial spirit. Furthermore, after a long period of cultivation, the hidden Flame Tiger could also reach the peak of the Type 6 realm. It was equivalent to a peak primitive Emperor expert. Therefore, the quality of the subduing Flame Tiger was very strong. Hearing Li Zongjiu say the name of the subduing Flame Tiger, Dong Yongbai was surprised and proud. It seemed that Li Zongjiu was not a frog at the bottom of the well. In this case, he could clearly understand the power of the subduing Flame Tiger. Since you know, then you can be considered to have died with a clear understanding. The subduing Flame Tiger jumped onto the Azura cauldron. Then, as it trembled, a terrifying flame surged into Li Zongjiu's Azura cauldron. Boom! Chapter 8:16. Within Li Zongjiu's Azura cauldron, there seemed to be a heat wave surging, like a tsunami of flames. However, the Azura cauldron did not move at all, standing firmly in its original position. At the same time, all the energy was rushing towards Li Zongjiu's body. Li Zongjiu's expression did not change, sitting steadily like a mountain. However, as the power of the subduing flame tiger surged into Li Zongjiu's body started to turn red. It looked like a piece of red-hot iron. Seeing Li Zongjiu's body turn red, everyone was on tenterhooks. Was Li Zongjiu going to explode like a watermelon? Wouldn't that be too bloody? Dong Yangbai seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope as he increased the energy in his body again. He did not hesitate to release it. Ancient golden tyrannical body technique. At this moment, Li Zongjiu was also madly circulating the primordial body technique. His originally red body gradually stabilized at this moment, and the color of his skin also returned to normal. How is this possible? What is this guy's body made of? Li Zongjiu's body was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the torturous true flame. Moreover, it seemed like he was not satisfied yet. If not for Dong Yangbai's profound strength, he would have been sucked dry by Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Li Zongjiu seemed to be really dissatisfied with the current situation. Is this all you have? No wonder you're just a piece of trash your whole life. Li Zongjiu's voice was like thousands of silver needles piercing Dong Yangbai's ears, piercing into the depths of his soul, making Dong Yangbai furious. Unfortunately, now was not the time for Dong Yangbai to show off, because Li Zongjiu already knew the ins and outs of Dong Yangbai. He had even given Dong Yangbai enough time and opportunity to show off. It was all because he was too weak. Absorb. A terrifying suction force came from Li Zongjiu's body. It sucked Dong Yangbai's energy into his body. This was equivalent to directly stripping energy from Dong Yangbai's body. Even if Dong Yangbai wanted to withdraw his hand, it was already firmly sucked in. Not good. Dong Yangbai seems to be at a disadvantage. Dong Hanshan's expression turned ugly when he saw Dong Yangbai. He was no longer the one taking the initiative to transfer the flames into Dong Yangbai's body. Instead, Dong Yangbai was forced to be absorbed by Li Zongjiu. The Eastern Frost Mountain had never expected anyone to be able to do such a thing. However, seeing that Dong Yangbai had fallen into such a predicament, Li Zongjiu was indeed quite capable. Don't worry, that guy hasn't used his ultimate move yet. Dong Xiubai calmed down. After all, Dong Yangbai was a genius of the Dongyao clan. It wouldn't be easy for such a small setback to knock him down. If it was really that easy, the Dongyao clan wouldn't have become one of the 4 great clans of the Xingu continent. Dong Yangbai felt that Li Zongjiu's motive was to suck him dry. Did he really think that the people of the Dongyao clan were pushovers? Alright, since you want to challenge me, come on. Dong Yangbai growled and placed both his palms on the Azura cauldron. Boom! The entire Azura cauldron shook, and a crack spread directly in front of Li Zongjiu. At the same time, an even more tyrannical force poured into the Azura cauldron from Dong Yangbai's right hand. Dong Yangbai had been resisting with his left hand before, but when he placed his right hand on the cauldron, he immediately felt a violent force surging out. The force was 10 times stronger than before. Even the subduing flame tiger was excited at this moment. It growled and unfolded a pair of flaming wings on its back. As the pair of flaming wings flapped, the clouds in the sky were directly burned by the energy and dyed red by the flames. Something's wrong with my right hand. Li Zongjiu also felt some pressure at this moment. The surging power caused Li Zongjiu's body to involuntarily release a golden light. With the appearance of the golden light, Li Zongjiu's defense suddenly increased. However, this was an accident. Li Zongjiu didn't expect his opponent's explosive power to be so strong. If it weren't for the golden light protecting his body, he would have been swallowed by the power and sent flying. Did you seal the power inside? It seems like you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Li Zongjiu looked at Dong Yangbai calmly. Li Zongjiu's calm expression immediately set off a storm in Dong Yangbai's heart. Why was he still unable to kill Li Zhongjiu after using the raging flame Qilin arm? This Li Zhongjiu is too resistant to beatings. What is this thing? Since you've used up all your tricks, it's time for you to taste mine. Li Zhongjiu wasn't here to watch your performance. He was here to teach you a lesson. Immediately, the Azura cauldron trembled. Suddenly, a black light was released from the Azura cauldron. A black figure covered in blood, holding a long scythe, descended like the god of death. Beneath his feet were flames. These flames were the tormenting true fire, but they couldn't get close to him. It was an artifact spirit. When the crowd saw the black figure appear, they all exclaimed one after another. This was because the black figure belonged to the Azura cauldron's artifact spirit. The appearance of the artifact spirit immediately brought an extremely shocking performance to these people. This cauldron actually has an artifact spirit. What a powerful artifact spirit! It's even more powerful than an origin spirit. Some people exclaimed when they saw the power of the Azura. A cauldron with an artifact spirit would be able to cultivate twice the results with half the effort. However, this artifact spirit didn't seem to be very good at assisting in alchemy. When the artifact spirit appeared, the long scythe in his hand slashed downwards. Boom! The subduing flame tiger was instantly struck by the Azura's scythe, and one of its wings turned into ashes. Boom! The Azura leaped and rushed towards Dongyang Bai. This move immediately made Dongyang Bai feel immense pressure. Even so, Li Zhongjiu didn't violate any rules. The scythe in the Azura's hand slashed towards Dongyang Bai. Chapter 8:17. Azura's sudden attack was beyond Dongyang Bai's expectations. He did not even know how the cauldron was able to give birth to an artifact spirit. Even if there really was an artifact spirit, it should have been destroyed by his tormenting true fire. It should have been under his control. How could it break out so quickly? The tormenting true fire in his body automatically protected him. However, the Azura's movements were very big. He continuously chopped down with his blade without the slightest bit of hesitation. Dongyang Bai was almost unable to withstand the continuous fierce attacks. Subduing flame tiger! Dongyang Bai roared. However, in the next moment, the subduing flame tiger was sent flying by the Azura cauldron. With a loud bang, the Azura cauldron caught the subduing flame tiger. When Li Zhongjiu caught the subduing flame tiger, the Azura cauldron caught the subduing flame tiger. Dongyang Bai instinctively sensed that something was wrong. A sense of crisis rose in his heart. Oh no! In the next moment, Dongyang Bai immediately retracted his energy. The subduing flame tiger was being roasted by the terrifying flames in the Azura cauldron. Boom! The subduing flame tiger kept hitting the Azura cauldron with its claws, producing loud bangs. The subduing flame tiger seemed to be in extreme pain. The subduing flame tiger was being roasted alive. Some people even felt sorry for the subduing flame tiger when they heard its tragic cries. Dongyang Bai was nervous as well. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch the Fu Yen tiger suffer in agony. Li Zhongjiu, you're courting death. Dongyang Bai used his blazing Qilin arm to pinch Azura in front of him. In an instant, the Azura cauldron's body exploded. The ferocity in his eyes and his aura surged. He wanted to use his true strength. Even if he had to use his Yuan energy, he wanted to cripple Li Zhongjiu. How could he torture his original spirit? Even if Dongyang Bai wanted to take back his subduing flame tiger, it would be impossible. Lunar stupa, endless torment. Dongyang Bai angrily roared as the flames around him gathered like a storm. Extremely terrifying power condensed, and a powerful ring of fire appeared around Dongyang Bai's body. Immediately, Dongyang Bai's eyes turned sharp. You're courting death. In Dongyang Bai's eyes, Li Zhongjiu, who came from the mortal world, had thoroughly angered him, the young master of the high and mighty Dongyang Bai. An expert like him was born to be above others. It was not up to a mere mortal to tell him what to do. Right now, such an aura was spreading out. As expected of someone from the clan of Eastern Medicine. When Wu Qingfeng saw Dong Yongbai's imposing aura, he became serious. Under such an imposing aura, the surrounding people were overshadowed. Even the aura of all the people present couldn't compare to Dong Yongbai's aura. From this, one could see how strong Dong Yongbai was. Even if this guy were to fight all of them alone, it wouldn't be a problem. You think you're so capable? Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and waved. Immediately, a black cloud emerged above Black Horse Town. Following the appearance of the dark clouds, the surrounding temperature rose abruptly. At this moment, it was as if a huge volcano was floating above their heads. Mountain of obsidian fire. Li Zongjiu turned the obsidian fire in his hand into a huge mountain of flames. The terrifying aura that Dong Yongbai had displayed before also disappeared at this moment. This was because Dong Yongbai's aura seemed so weak compared to Li Zongjiu's aura. Boom! The mountain of obsidian fire fell directly towards Dong Yongbai. You're just a facade. Dong Yongbai pushed with both hands, and the huge ring of fire around him was pushed out and shrouded upwards. Bang! However, Dong Yongbai's power appeared to be very weak. Just by getting close to the mountain of obsidian fire, it began to collapse. After that, the volcano fell straight down and directly pressed Dong Yongbai's sky-blue imperial cauldron under it. Dong Yongbai looked at his sky-blue imperial cauldron in horror. Impossible! In the next moment, a crack appeared on the sky-blue imperial cauldron. As the power increased, a terrifying crack immediately appeared on the sky-blue imperial cauldron. Bang! 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 The sky-blue imperial cauldron was blown to pieces. At the same time, a muffled sound came from the Azura cauldron. Then, a black smoke spread out from the Azura cauldron, but the Azura cauldron itself was unscathed. Puff! Dong Yongbai spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body suddenly flew out of the arena. Li Zongjiu's finger moved slightly and immediately pulled a fragment of the sky-blue imperial cauldron towards Dong Yongbai. Presumptuous! Dong Hanzhan saw Li Zongjiu's little trick and immediately rushed towards Dong Yongbai. Now that they were outside, he represented the reputation and face of the Eastern Medicine clan. How could he just watch Dong Yongbai be crippled? After shattering the fragment that was rushing towards Dong Yongbai with a palm, Dong Hanzhan glared at Li Zongjiu in front of him. You actually want to kill me to silence me? How cruel of you! Today, the Eastern Medicine clan will not let you go. Dong Hanzhan pointed at Li Zongjiu and said coldly. You talk too much. The mountain of flames did not dissipate, and it continued to press down on Dong Hanzhan. Dong Hanzhan felt that Li Zongjiu had no intention of stopping, and was shocked. However, he did not stop what he was doing. Immediately, a Vajra fan appeared in Dong Hanzhan's hand. With a slight sway, an incomparably cold gust of wind rushed towards the flaming mountain. Boom! However, it was to no avail. The Eastern Frost Mountain was instantly crushed by the power of the mountain of obsidian fire. His entire body was sent flying, and the ground beneath his feet cracked from the impact. Puff! Dong Hanzhan's body also flew backwards and landed on the ground. Dong Xiubai stretched out her hand and beckoned, pulling the two of them behind her. However, when Dong Yongbai's body was in the air, he seemed to feel a force tearing at him. Rip! Puff! Dong Yongbai immediately woke up from the intense pain. His right hand was forcibly torn off. Blood splattered on the ground, and this arm was directly wrapped by the obsidian flames and burned to ashes. So what if you are one of the 4 great clans of the continent? Even if you are the emperor, you can forget about stepping on Li Zongjiu's head. If you are wrong, you will have to pay the price. Chapter 8:18. Dong Xiubai could only watch as Dong Yongbai's arm was torn off by Li Zongjiu. Moreover, the Eastern Frost Mountain was closer, so he could see it more clearly. Dong Yongbai's arm had been torn off so easily. There was a powerful force sealed in Dong Yongbai's right hand. Now that his arm had been torn off, the force naturally no longer existed. When Dong Yangbai woke up and realized that his arm had been cut off by Li Zongjiu, he couldn't bear such a blow. He covered his severed arm and stared at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu, I, Dong Yangbai, will fight you to the death. Dong Yangbai roared. Li Zongjiu frowned when he saw the look in Dong Yangbai's eyes. His expression turned frosty. Oh? Then you shall die. Li Zongjiu immediately leaped from the arena and rushed towards Dong Yangbai without any hesitation. Wait! Dong Xiubai saw Li Zongjiu attack again. She obviously knew that these people were no match for Li Zongjiu. Dong Yangbai had completely angered Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had killed countless people. It didn't matter if he killed one more or one less. Since this was a situation where he would fight to the death, there was no need to leave anyone alive. Li Zongjiu was fearless when he saw Dong Xiubai standing in front of him. So what if a woman was in his way? Naturally, he could easily get rid of her. However, an item appeared in Dong Xiubai's hand. Li Zongjiu's eyes were like torches. When he saw the item, his killing intent gradually disappeared. My Dongyao clan was in the wrong for what happened today. This token can be exchanged for your life. In a moment of desperation, Dong Xiubai had no choice but to withdraw the defensive treasure. It was a command token that was only the size of a thumb. Anyone who had some experience in Jianghu would have heard of this token, but never seen it. After all, only the top clans of the continent could take out something like that. As for the value of this item, only those who had experienced it would know just how valuable it was. To these colossal families, this item symbolized their family's reputation, and they would use their family's reputation in exchange for their lives. The name of this item was the thumb token. It was also known as a contract order. The person who possessed the command of the thumb was indebted to the clan. At the same time, it was a life-saving item. If the person possessed the command of the thumb, the clans in the continent would not be enemies with them. In fact, they could even ask the clan with the command of the thumb to do something within their power. Li Zongjiu reached out and took the thumbs-up token. Eastern Blue's contract order? Who are you in Eastern Heavens? Looking at the contract token in his hand, Li Zongjiu frowned as he looked at the woman before him. You know my great-grandfather? Dong Xiubai looked at Li Zongjiu in shock. In fact, the true meaning of the command of the thumb wasn't that of a clan, because that wasn't very specific. To be able to take out the command of the thumb meant that there was a sovereign realm expert among them. What it represented was the promise of a supreme being expert. Thus, one could imagine the weight of this token. This was the reason why Li Zongjiu stopped. Li Zongjiu naturally couldn't offend a sovereign realm expert. Otherwise, even the Heavenly Pill Pavilion and the Xingyan dynasty wouldn't be able to protect Li Zongjiu. If he were to face a sovereign realm expert now, it would be difficult for Li Zongjiu to escape. When Li Zongjiu became a sovereign realm expert in the future, he had crossed paths with Eastern Blue. In the beginning, Eastern Blue was also quite arrogant, but he was gradually overtaken by Li Zongjiu. Eastern Blue's strength was only average in the sovereign realm. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu was in existence at the peak of the sovereign realm. The gap between them could be imagined. It was even more terrifying. Li Zongjiu still couldn't face the threat of a sovereign realm expert at the current stage. Of course, such ordinary matters didn't necessarily require the help of a sovereign realm expert. If every matter required the help of a sovereign realm expert, then this sovereign realm expert was too weak. With just a word, the Eastern Medicine clan would mobilize the entire clan to deal with Li Zongjiu. This time, I'll give him face. Li Zongjiu withdrew his hand. At the same time, he threw out the thumb token in his hand. Dong Xiubai caught the thumb token in her hand and looked at Li Zongjiu in front of her. Her eyes were filled with shock. Since Li Zongjiu could call out Eastern Blue's name, he must know the true meaning of this item. But now, Li Zongjiu actually returned such an important item. Looking at Li Zongjiu's eyes, it seemed that he really didn't care about this item. He clearly knew the value of this item in his hand, but he still returned it. It could be seen that Li Zongjiu's strength was really unfathomable. Now that the two of them were seriously injured, Dong Xiubai naturally couldn't stay here for long. She immediately left with the two of them. Wu Qingfeng also quickly sent people to pick them up. No one had expected that this matter would end up like this. Wu Qingfeng was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He never thought that Li Zongjiu's strength was so strong. Even the people of the Dongyao clan were no match for Li Zongjiu. They were all easily defeated, and that guy was even seriously injured. If Li Zongjiu really killed Dong Yangbai, Wu Qingfeng's future would be bleak. Naturally, Wu Qingfeng would not have a good time in the future. He would not be able to escape the responsibility of the Eastern Medicine clan. When Feng Tingfei saw Li Zongjiu defeat Dong Yangbai, he was happy. But when he saw that Li Zongjiu wanted to kill Dong Yangbai as well, he couldn't sit still. If he really killed Dong Yangbai, Feng Tingfei's fate wouldn't be any better. In front of the Dongyao clan, who cared about right or wrong? If one of them got into trouble, everyone would have to suffer together. This was the benefit of having great strength. Right or wrong didn't matter. Strength was what really mattered. The people of the Dark Horse Elixir Association didn't dare to provoke Li Zongjiu. The scene today was very grand. Li Zongjiu had defeated the two geniuses of the Eastern Medicine clan all by himself. No one would dare to believe it if they were in his shoes. And no one present could think that they were Li Zongjiu's opponent. After that, in the Dark Horse Elixir Association, the rest of the competition directly became a foil, no longer dazzling. Just based on the 30 stalks of Tier 6 spiritual herbs that Li Zongjiu had just won, it was enough to secure his position as the champion. Chapter 819. In the next 2 days, Li Zongjiu did not need to appear. With this great god around, who could easily take someone's life, how many people dared to face Li Zongjiu head-on? These people even deliberately forgot about Li Zongjiu for the time being. They did not want to think of this terrifying demon. Even Wu Qingfeng and the others were already well aware of each other. In this Dark Horse Elixir meeting, the biggest winner was naturally the 100 Medicine Pavilion. Feng Tingfei had made a great contribution this time, so his heart was naturally very happy. Although Li Zongjiu had cut off an arm of the Dongyao family, this was not a big deal. After all, the reputation of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was here. It was not something that could be easily manipulated. The bigger the family, the more they would pay attention to their own reputation and integrity. They would not be too embarrassed, not to mention that this was done openly in the arena. No one could find any fault with it. Therefore, there was no need to worry too much. The 100 Medicine Pavilion took the initiative to send 56th-grade medicinal herbs to Li Zongjiu. Not to mention Li Zongjiu's contribution today, which created such good conditions for the 100 Medicine Pavilion in the future, just Li Zongjiu's strength and potential were here. Of course, it was a great sin. Now that there was such a good opportunity, it was natural to establish a good relationship with Li Zongjiu. Naturally, Li Zongjiu didn't need to be polite. The next elixir that he was going to refine basically required a large number of grade 6 elixirs. To be honest, in the previous life, Li Zongjiu began to study alchemy after he became famous. In the beginning, the things that he used to practice were all 5th grade and 6th grade medicinal herbs. Li Zongjiu had never touched some low-grade medicinal herbs. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu cared more about this basic skill, so he had a good understanding of these low-grade medicinal herbs. In the next 2 days, Li Zongjiu did not have to appear at all to destroy the balance of the Dark Horse Elixir meeting. This way, it was even easier. Every day, he cultivated in the cultivation room. As for Lan Kuan, he was directly thrown into the Dark Horse pill gathering by Li Zongjiu. Lan Kuan was given the opportunity to roam around. It could be said that every battle was unusually intense, causing Lan Kuan to feel exhausted. However, it was this strong pressure that made Kuan Erasure grow rapidly in the Dark Horse Elixir meeting. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought that refining pills could be so fucking tiring. Lan Kuan had never thought that the competition between alchemists would actually have such a method. It was simply a variety of methods. Although most of them evolved from basic skills, Lan Kuan was aware of the importance of these basic skills. He had to lay a solid foundation. Only then could he go further on the road of alchemy. Li Yun also stayed in the room for a few days. Sometimes she did not even have time to eat. Li Zhongjiu also took the initiative to send some low-grade primordial stones to Li Yun so that she could improve in the process of the experiment. After all, Li Zhongjiu had no way to guide Li Yun on the formation. However, the primordial stones used to support Li Yun's cultivation were a lot. Just take it. He did not dare to say anything else, but the primordial stones were definitely enough. On the third day, the Dark Horse Elixir meeting had basically come to an end. Although some veteran experts had been killed by Li Zhongjiu, such as Qian Kuan, one of the two most threatening Crimson Cloud 5 saints, Alchemy Saint still had another person. After getting rid of these two people, this year's Dark Horse Elixir meeting had a lot of newcomers. Kuan Erasure also relied on his own strength to decisively enter the top 5. His ranking was even higher than Old Mo's. Old Mo also had a head-on fight with Kuan Erasure. However, he found that this young man looked immature, but after a few days, the speed of his growth could be described as terrifying. This guy's learning ability and perseverance were also very strong. In the end, Kuan Erasure won. Old Mo was also convinced of his loss. The first place was naturally Li Zhongjiu. The second place was Dong Xiubai of the Eastern Medicine Clan. Dong Xiubai did not take the initiative to challenge Li Zhongjiu. After all, Dong Xiubai also knew about Li Zhongjiu's strength and did not dare to act rashly. However, the clan naturally had to complete the task entrusted by the people of 10 Direction Medicine Hall. After Dong Xiubai defeated all the experts present, he left immediately. He didn't even give these people a chance to meet and search for him. Even Wu Qingfeng couldn't find these people. He had to at least express his gratitude. Wasn't it a little too fast for him to leave? He had no choice but to leave. It was extremely humiliating to stay. The two of them were defeated by Li Zhongjiu even though they joined forces. Of course, it was extremely humiliating. The third place was an expert invited by the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Shop. Without any suspense, he was defeated by Dong Xiubai. However, the rest of the people were not his opponent. It was said that this person was very low-key. He was a hidden expert from a small city. He had not easily exposed his strength for many years. Now that he showed his strength, it was also amazing. However, this glory was also suppressed by Li Zhongjiu and Dong Xiubai. The fourth place was also a native expert of Qiyun State. He was also a frequent guest of the Dark Horse Alchemy Assembly. In the past, he could easily enter the top 3, but this time, he could not. As for the people in front of him, he didn't dare to casually say the word challenge. This alchemy assembly also led to the emergence of many elixirs. Next was the 7-day free trade market. The 6th-grade elixirs or some other things that you obtained could be sold. At the same time, you could also buy a lot of things. Young Master, Wu Qingfeng of 10 Direction Medicine Hall requests to see you. Tian Fei came to report. Wu Qingfeng represented 10 Direction Medicine Hall. Naturally, there would be more exchanges in the future. Let him in, Li Zhongjiu said. As soon as Wu Qingfeng entered, he cupped his hands to Li Zhongjiu. Congratulations, elderly. You have won the first place of this Dark Horse Alchemy Assembly. Hearing Wu Qingfeng's words, Li Zhongjiu did not show much expression. Wu Qingfeng also knew that Li Zhongjiu was not a polite person. Immediately, he took out a metal box from his arms. Looking at the carvings on the outside, it was obviously a very precious thing. Mysterious yellow iron? When Li Zhongjiu saw this box, he had a guess in his heart. There was only one thing that could be suppressed by the heaven and earth qi. Previously, I heard that Elder Li was looking for the drunken dream flower. I looked around and finally found one. Elder Li, would you like to have a look? Chapter 820. Li Zongjiu opened the box. Immediately, a dreamy aura filled the entire room. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them had a strong mental fortitude, they would have been swallowed by the dreamy aura when the radiance appeared. The two of them stabilized their minds. The main reason was that Li Zongjiu's mental energy was able to suppress the drunken life flower. The latter couldn't move at all. Otherwise, with Wu Qingfeng's strength, it would have been difficult for him to suppress the drunken life flower. He would have been more or less affected. In order to obtain this item, Wu Qingfeng had spent a lot of effort to obtain this flower. In the face of someone like Li Zongjiu, if he wanted to rope him in, he had to choose this point no matter what. If he couldn't, then everything would be useless. Seeing Li Zongjiu's expression, Wu Qingfeng knew that he had made the right choice this time. Li Zongjiu was very satisfied. I'll accept this item. If there's anything, Hall Master Wu can just say it. Li Zongjiu's expression changed very quickly. After all, this item was exactly what Li Zongjiu wanted. What else could he do? Elder Li's words are too serious. Our 10 Directions Medicine Hall has a wide range of alchemists. Elder Li is so young and promising. Naturally, 10 Directions Medicine Hall wants to make friends with you. If Elder Li needs anything in the future, you can come directly to 10 Directions Medicine Hall to look for me. Wu Qingfeng hurriedly said. To 10 Directions Medicine Hall, this kind of statement was like giving an indefinite guarantee. Although they said that they didn't need any help, they might come looking for them in the future. Li Zongjiu also knew Wu Qingfeng's intentions. However, now that he had obtained the drunken life flower, he was in a happy state. Naturally, he didn't want to argue with this fellow. Well said. If there's anything your 10 Directions Medicine Hall can't handle in the future, just come and look for me. Li Zongjiu also said something. In the ears of ordinary people, these words were simply arrogant and boundless. What did he mean by something that the 10 Directions Medicine Hall couldn't handle? Could it be that a mere Li Zongjiu was more powerful than the 10 Directions Medicine Hall? However, Wu Qingfeng listened attentively. Instead, when he heard these words, a smile appeared on his face. It was hard to imagine that the Vice Hall Master of the 10 Direction Medicine Hall could still laugh after hearing such words. Ordinary people didn't know the power Li Zongjiu possessed, but Wu Qingfeng couldn't be more clear about it. With Li Zongjiu's ability, he was already so powerful now. In the future, he would be even more powerful. As long as Li Zongjiu was still alive, his achievements would be limitless. Of course. I still have some follow-up matters to deal with, so I won't disturb Elder Li. Wu Qingfeng immediately excused himself. After all, Li Zongjiu was now in a state of excitement. In the current situation, he wouldn't care about Wu Qingfeng. Wu Qingfeng had done a very good job in this aspect. He had never been tactless. Tian Fei, see him out. Li Zongjiu shouted. After all, he was quite satisfied with Wu Qingfeng, so he had to give the latter some face. After Wu Qingfeng's investigation, he also found out that Tian Fei's background wasn't simple. Now that he was able to stand beside Li Zongjiu, it could be seen that Li Zongjiu's strength wasn't simple. There was only Li Zongjiu in the room. This is the drunken dream flower. Since you brought it out from such a place, I'd like to see what's so special about you. Immediately, Li Zongjiu took out the drunken dream flower from the mysterious yellow iron box. Immediately, the drunken dream flower's power seemed to be revived, and it directly enveloped Li Zongjiu. An overwhelming feeling of darkness came over him. Boom! At this moment, Li Zongjiu couldn't even stand firmly on his feet. He only felt that his head was fiercely bombarded. After stabilizing his body, there was a moment of blurriness in his eyes. At this moment, Li Zongjiu seemed to be trapped in chaos, and it wasn't easy for him to stabilize his body. White God Fu! Li Zongjiu silently chanted the White God Fu in his heart. The White Dragon original spirit appeared and helped Li Zhongjie to stabilize his body. The surrounding scene was filled with white light. This situation seemed to be a terrifying illusion. What a terrifying mental energy pressure! Li Zhongjie was also surprised. However, he quickly found a new cultivation method. Immediately, he approached the drunken dream flower and concentrated the energy of this thing on his body. It formed a state of cultivation. Li Zhongjie's strength slowly increased under the pressure of the drunken dream flower. Buzz! His mental state was also constantly increasing. Ardent Earth Sect. The attack on Ardent Earth Sect was not announced to the public. Of course, such a matter would be covered up as much as possible. Back then, Li Zhongjie's attack was very short. Therefore, this matter wasn't announced in a short period of time. However, within the Ardent Earth Sect, there were still many spies who came from other places. Very quickly, this news was leaked out. When the people outside heard about this, it directly caused a huge uproar. They never expected Li Zhongjie to be so arrogant. After all, attacking the Ardent Earth Sect within the borders of the Qiyun region meant that they were still a force to be reckoned with. In just a short period of time, Li Zhongjie's reputation increased by another fold. Within Ardent Earth Sect, there was an uproar because of Li Zhongjie's matter. Due to the heavy casualties of the elders and the destruction of the book depository building, they couldn't tolerate Li Zhongjie. Some people felt that such humiliation was simply unbearable. They had to do their best to kill Li Zhongjie. Even if they had to pay a huge price, they had to do it. Otherwise, wouldn't these people's faces be completely lost? Some people also analyzed the situation carefully. Li Zhongjie wasn't someone to be trifled with. After all, Li Zhongjie was the one who killed the young sect master of Mystic Yuan sect. However, Li Zhongjie was still alive and well. This meant that even Mystic Yuan sect couldn't do anything to Li Zhongjie. As for the people that the Mystic Yuan sect couldn't handle, they had asked for help from the Ardent Earth sect. This was clearly a borrowed knife to kill someone. Moreover, Li Zhongjie's identity was the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Who would dare to mess around? Boom! Just as the people in the meeting hall were discussing intensely, a violent explosion suddenly sounded from the back mountain of Ardent Earth Sect. Then, an aura soared into the sky. Sect Master is out. Everyone's face was filled with surprise. Chapter 821. With such a huge commotion, the Ardent Earth Sect was naturally aware of it. Many disciples even thought that someone had come to attack the sect again. However, they soon found out that their sect master had come out of seclusion. When the sect master of Ardent Earth Sect came out of seclusion, Xing Qianqiu heaved a sigh of relief. Without a doubt, the sect master was the main culprit of this matter. If not for the fact that the sect master had sent him a voice transmission to deal with Li Zhongjie, things would not have turned out this way. Now, as the vice sect master, it was quite painful for him to stay in the sect. After all, he was the one who brought these people here. In the end, they destroyed 2 of the sect's buildings and caused heavy casualties. Many elders were also questioning him. What could he do? This matter wasn't what he wanted. Fortunately, the sect master had sent him a voice transmission. Now that the sect master had come out, all the pressure naturally shifted to the sect master. It had nothing to do with him anymore. The sect master of Ardent Earth Sect, Qin Lai. People called him Qin Zhiyang. This was because Qin Lai cultivated a set of Yuan arts called the 9 Suns Divine Art. When he used it, it was as if 9 resplendent suns were revolving around his body. Therefore, he was also called Qin Zhiyang or Lord Jiu. Qin Lai stepped into the air and stepped into the meeting hall. When Qin Lai's figure landed on the ground, he observed the situation around him. Qin Lai was also clear about the matters within the sect. When he came out of seclusion, he had already learned about it. However, at that time, Qin Lai was at the critical juncture of breaking through, so he could not directly appear. Greetings, Sect Master. When Qin Lai entered the hall, the surrounding people immediately came forward to greet him. However, there were even more people whose eyes were filled with grief and indignation. Their lips were also trembling slightly. From the looks of it, it seemed as though they had just walked out from an extremely sorrowful state. Sect Master, I'm useless. Xing Qianxiu directly knelt in front of Qin Lai. Rather than wait for Qin Lai to question him, it was better for him to confess first. That Li Zongjiu is extremely arrogant. Today, he also wants to leave the Qiyun prefecture. Qin Lai glanced at the people around him and said indifferently, "A mere Qilin battleship was enough to scare these people to such an extent. Such a sect was simply a bunch of trash gathered here." Therefore, Qin Lai had to use his own methods to keep Li Zongjiu here. After all, the mystic Yuan sect had sent a message that they must keep Li Zongjiu within the Qiyun prefecture. If they could not do so, then as the sect master, he would not have the slightest bit of face left. Qin Lai beckoned with his hand, and a terrifying aura swept over. The elders of the sect immediately followed after him. In total, there were more than 30 people. Li Zongjiu had killed so many people from the Ardent Earth sect. How could they let Li Zongjiu leave so easily? If he left safely, the Ardent Earth sect would no longer have any reputation to speak of. Black Horse Town. Li Zongjiu was in possession of over 100 Tier 6 spirit herbs, which naturally attracted countless flies. Naturally, these alchemists did not have such strength. However, they were able to gather all the forces within the Qiyun prefecture. With the strength of these people, even a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in its own territory. No matter how strong one's individual strength was, one would still be able to feel the terror when facing such a terrifying opponent. Therefore, there were already many forces secretly gathering people. 20 miles outside of Black Horse Town, in a ruined temple. This was an earth temple. Unfortunately, it had long been ruined, and spider webs had already spread everywhere. Under the pitch-black night sky, there seemed to be a lot of faint lights coming from the Earth Temple. I just received news that Li Zongjiu will leave tonight. Wherever he passes, he will definitely pass by here. That kid has a battleship in his hands. Now listen to my orders. In the Earth Temple, a calm voice sounded. They were a group of professional robbers and bandits. Their business was usually concentrated after a certain event, and then they would aim at some teams with rich harvests. When the other party did not expect it, they would directly rush out and carry out the most fatal blow. Often, if they did such a thing, they would be able to go back and enjoy themselves for a long time. When the battleship passes by this area, directly release the Mixed Thunder Pearl. Use the power of the Mixed Thunder Pearl to temporarily cause the opponent's battleship to lose its power. If the battleship is destroyed, then these people are like tigers with their teeth pulled out. There was only a flickering candle in the ruined temple. However, in the darkness, there were at least 10 pairs of eyes staring here, all listening attentively. Don't worry, no one has ever been able to escape from the hands of our roaring tiger gang. Someone grinned. Their many years of experience in winning battles had given these people quite a lot of confidence. The opponent this time is not simple, don't be careless, the leader said in a deep voice. Their group was a group of ruthless people, but this Li Zongjiu was also a very difficult guy to deal with. It was not easy to deal with him, so they could not be too careless. Boss, the scouts in front have reported that Li Zongjiu has left Black Horse Town and is heading towards us. A scout came to report. Brothers, if we succeed in this mission, then we won't have to worry about the rest of our lives. The man with the code name Roaring Tiger said. The rest of the people also cried out one after another, displaying an extremely strong desire. In the distance, the Qilin battleship was slowly approaching. After the end of the Black Horse Elixir meeting, they had to return to Sacred Flame Imperial City. The disciples sent by the Li family should be arriving soon, so of course, they had to make proper arrangements. Moreover, Li Yun was also a very talented array master, so naturally, she could not be delayed. Li Zongjiu also had to think carefully about which array master to guide Li Yun. After obtaining the Drunken Life Flower, there was no need to stay in Black Horse Town any longer. The people of the Roaring Tiger Gang were already on full alert. When they saw the Qilin battleship appear in their sight, they directly brought out all the people of the Roaring Tiger Gang. There were a total of 20 Yuan King-level experts. With such a huge lineup, they believed that not many people would be able to stop them. It was estimated that even an Origin Emperor-level expert would have to temporarily avoid them. These people did not only have the strength in their hands, but also some strange weapons and magic weapons. When Roaring Tiger saw that the Qilin battleship had entered the shooting range, he was about to give the order to attack, but suddenly, he saw dozens of bright auras coming from further away. Chapter 822. Dozens of light beams surrounded Li Zongjiu's Qilin warship. Down below, Qi Hu and the others did not even dare to breathe loudly. He was afraid that these people would discover them. If they thought that they were in cahoots with Li Zongjiu, wouldn't their efforts be in vain? Isn't that the sect master of Ardent Earth sect? When they saw the figure in the sky, Sure Hu and the others trembled slightly. Only the sect master of Ardent Earth sect could release such a terrifying light. It was said that the sect master of the Ferocious Earth sect was in a state of seclusion. It seemed like Li Zongjiu had really angered the sect master of the Ferocious Earth sect. Hence, such a situation had occurred. Qin Lai and the others surrounded the Qilin warship in a mighty manner. Their eyes were cold. Xing Qianxiu was also very excited. When Li Zongjiu had caused such a scene, there was not a day that he did not think of cutting Li Zongjiu into pieces to restore his reputation. Li Zongjiu and the others were also surprised. They did not expect these people to chase after them directly. They were not afraid that the Qilin warship would crash into them and kill them. At first, Li Zongjiu did not know who the other party was. They had actually killed their way in. However, when Li Zongjiu saw Xing Qianxiu, he knew what was going on. You guys are from Ardent Earth sect, right? You guys are really bold. Li Zongjiu and the others walked out of the cabin. Kuan Erasher and Tian Fei were also looking at the experts around them with cold eyes. All of them were Yuan kings. If all of them attacked together, the threat they posed would be enormous. However, with the help of the Qilin battleship and the freakish Li Zongjiu, they might not necessarily be afraid of these people. When they saw Li Zongjiu appear, Xing Qianxiu pointed at Li Zongjiu and shouted, "Sect leader, this man is that damned Li Zongjiu." Qin Lai also looked at Li Zongjiu. One day, when he was in seclusion, Gong Wuliang of the Mystic Yuan sect sent a voice transmission to him, waking him up from his cultivation state. This directly broke his cultivation state. However, it wasn't like Qin Lai didn't gain anything. In addition to the order to kill Li Zongjiu, Gong Wuliang also brought him something that he couldn't refuse. A pill that would allow him to break through his current realm. It was also this pill that allowed Qin Lai's cultivation to break through. Otherwise, even if he continued to cultivate in seclusion for 10 or 20 years, it would be impossible for him to make a breakthrough. There was no doubt that it was such a good deal. After this breakthrough, Qin Lai's strength had also increased greatly. He didn't care about anyone in the world, so why would he care about a small Li Zongjiu? Li Zongjiu was just a flea blocking his path. You must be Li Zongjiu. Kill yourself and I'll let the rest of you go. Qin Lai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, stepping on the void. The content of his words was extremely arrogant. Although Li Zongjiu often said this, no one would obediently commit suicide every time he said it. Therefore, he simply omitted this nonsense later on. What was interesting was that he actually heard such a sentence from the mouth of his enemy. The desolate heaven essence appeared in his hand. Li Zongjiu immediately leaped and charged towards Qin Lai. As his figure flew, the desolate heaven essence in his hand slashed down furiously. 9 suns opening. Qin Lai let out a loud roar, and his entire body was immediately covered in golden light. Every ray of golden light seemed to be a sharp golden sword that directly rushed towards Li Zongjiu. 9 suns opening. Suddenly, it was as if a real sun had appeared in the surroundings. It illuminated the surroundings. It scared Yu Hu and the others who were lying on the ground. They quickly buried their bodies in the ground. Otherwise, they would definitely be discovered under such a powerful light. If they were discovered by the people from the Ardent Earth sect, the consequences would be more troublesome. They might even have to go through a fierce battle. Everyone, stay calm, Chi Hu shouted in a low voice. Under the strong light, some of his exposed skin seemed to have been scorched and was constantly emitting smoke. It was obvious how high the temperature was. Li Zongjiu was the first to bear the brunt. However, when the light landed on his body, it didn't cause much damage to Li Zongjiu. There was only a slight stinging sensation. Qin Lai was only a first-grade origin emperor. It wouldn't be easy for him to defeat Li Zongjiu. Back then, when he faced King Qin Yuan, Li Zongjiu still managed to withstand such a powerful expert. Furthermore, he even killed King Qin Yuan with his own hand. That would be meaningless. Clang, clang, clang. The desolate heaven essence broke through all obstacles and rushed towards Qin Lai. When Qin Lai saw Li Zongjiu charging towards him, he naturally formed seals with both hands. Immediately, the surrounding golden light surged towards him and formed a golden cocoon. Boom! When Li Zongjiu's staff smashed down, the golden light cocoon around Qin Lai's body instantly shattered with a loud bang. The strong vibrations instantly sent Qin Lai flying. Qin Lai's figure was sent flying backwards. Pung! He landed heavily on the ground. The terrifying vibrations spread out, causing Qin Lai to spit out a mouthful of blood. He never expected Li Zongjiu's strength to be so domineering and powerful. It was unbelievable. After Qin Lai landed on the ground, Li Zongjiu took a step forward. The desolate heaven essence in his hand smashed towards Qin Lai's head. No! Qin Lai roared. He wanted to stop the force in front of him. At the same time, his eyes were filled with fear. He knew Li Zongjiu's strength and the destructive power of his staff. However, even though he wanted to beg for mercy, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. With a bang, Qin Lai's head was smashed into pieces. At the same time, a huge pit appeared where Qin Lai was, and the surrounding scars spread out. As the sect master, Qin Lai had truly broken through to the Origin Emperor realm. He was prepared to show off his prowess and bring glory to the sect. However, he didn't expect that he would be smashed to death by Li Zongjiu's staff in the end. This was something he had never dreamed of. The scene was silent. Xing Qianqiu, who had stepped forward to accuse Li Zongjiu, was also at a loss as to what to do. Should he run away now? However, the people around him didn't move. He didn't know what to do either. However, when Li Zongjiu turned around and looked at him with a pair of vicious eyes, Xing Qianqiu knew that it was too late to escape now. Chapter 8:23. None of you will be leaving today. Li Zongjiu leaped up and appeared in front of an elder from the ferocious Earth sect. The desolate heaven essence in his hand was like a sharp sword as it pierced through the elder's chest. Fresh blood flowed out instantly. With a gentle twist, he pulled the elder's body back and tore it into 2 halves. Great Elder! Xing Qianqiu saw that the Great Elder had been dealt with by Li Zongjiu in one move. The elder's body had been torn into 2 halves, and there was no chance for him to start over. He could not escape even if he wanted to. He wanted Xing Qianqiu to understand that no one here would be able to escape today. Tian Fei also rushed out with the Tianxin sword in his hand. The sharp sword aura swept towards the 2 people beside him and forced them to retreat. Kuan Erasher also rushed out with the Kuan winged spear in his hand, and faced one of them head-on. This was a real battle. The power in Kuan Arashi's hands was also very strong. Coupled with the mind power he had cultivated by Master Jingyue's side, it had allowed Kuan Erasher to break through to the Yuan monarch realm. In terms of talent, he was considered quite talented among many people. He had already surpassed many geniuses. The Qilin warship was also activated. The small cannons around the warship opened fire instantly, severely injuring the few Yuan monarchs who were blocking the Qilin warship. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, flames soared into the sky. The desolate heaven essence in Li Zhongjiu's hand was like a pestle pounding garlic. Whoever it rushed in front of would have their heads smashed to smithereens. The killing on the battlefield was extremely fast. In the end, there were even 2 figures who panicked and fled into the distance. Li Zhongjiu threw a mountain-toppling golden seal at them and smashed them into meat paste. After a while, even the wails could no longer be heard. All that could be seen were corpses dripping with blood. The only person left standing in the ferocious earth sect was Xing Qianqiu. Xing Qianqiu was no fool. He knew that it was impossible for him to escape from the people in front of him. He could only stay where he was and live for a few more minutes. He had thought that there would be more variables, but when he saw these people take action, Xing Qianqiu had never expected that he would be able to save the last few minutes. The thing I regret the most in my life is offending you, Li Zhongjiu. Xing Qianqiu's throat was dry and there was no light in his eyes. When he looked at Li Zhongjiu, his heart was filled with despair. There was no longer any hope for him to live. But as for why he had offended Li Zhongjiu, it was all that damned Qin Lai's fault. If not for Qin Lai's orders, he would not have had to find trouble with Li Zhongjiu. He would have been doing well as the deputy sect master of the ferocious earth sect. In the end, Xing Qianqiu slapped his own head. His brain splattered dozens of meters away. You killed yourself pretty quickly. If you were a little later, you might not even have the chance to kill yourself. Li Zhongjiu put away the desolate heaven essence. When he boarded the Qilin battleship, he looked down slightly. Qi Hu, who was hiding underground, also clearly felt Li Zhongjiu's gaze. It was as cold as a blade and did not dare to move in the slightest, for fear that Li Zhongjiu would descend from the sky and kill them all. Soon, a whistling sound could be heard from the sky. Then, the Qilin warship disappeared into the night sky. Only then did Qi Hu and the others, who were lying on the ground, heave a sigh of relief. When he got up from the ground, he felt that his back was soaked in cold sweat. Too fucking terrifying. Naturally, these people had also seen the scene that had just happened. It was only 100 meters away from them, but such a bloody massacre had already taken place. Moreover, the target of the massacre was the strongest lineup of the Ardent Earth sect. Almost the entire Ardent Earth sect had come, but in less than 10 minutes, they had all been wiped out by their own targets. Not a single one of them was left alive. Even the deputy sect master of the ferocious Earth sect had committed suicide on the spot. It was obvious how much pressure they had been under. The people who had killed the people of the ferocious Earth sect were indeed the targets of Qi Hu and the others. They even wanted to rob them. Now that they thought about it, it was simply too stupid. If they had rushed out just now, their fate would have been worse than the people of the ferocious Earth sect. Even the dozen people under them would not have been enough to kill Li Zhongjiu. That guy is too terrifying. Qi Hu had seen a lot of things, but he had never seen a person as ruthless as Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu had killed all these people in one go. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Fortunately, these people are our scapegoat. Let's retreat. They had unexpectedly encountered such a bizarre incident today. It was already considered good that they were not scared out of their wits. How could he dare to continue doing this? At the very least, he had to take a break. The next target had to be accurate information on these people. Otherwise, if he met another Li Zhongjiu, it would be a disaster. All of them did not need to live anymore. The robbery plan of this group of people had failed. However, the scene of the destruction of the ferocious Earth sect was slowly spread out from these people's mouth. In the face of such a situation, such a heroic scene, there would always be a time when they would brag. It was normal for them to say all these things. Li Zhongjiu naturally discovered Qi Hu and the others. However, these people were just clowns. If they knew that they were going to die, they would just lie on the ground and not appear. Then, Li Zhongjiu would naturally let them go. However, if they were reckless and wanted to cause trouble, then Li Zhongjiu would not mind sending them to hell. The Qilin battleship only took 2 days to send them to the Sacred Flame Royal City. They stopped in the distance. The few of them walked into the city. After not returning for a few months, the Sacred Flame Royal City did not change at all. It was still bustling with noise and excitement. It was like a towering mountain that would never fall. No matter how strong the wind and waves below were, it could not shake its foundation. The Sacred Flame Royal family is still here. No matter how big the waves below are, there is no movement. Chapter 824. In Sacred Flame Royal City. When Li Zhongjiu returned to his White Deer Manor, he had a feeling that he had come to the wrong place. Looking at the magnificent palace in front of him, it couldn't be considered a palace, but rather a grand mansion. In Nangong Wuji's hands, this vast piece of land seemed to be a work of art. He was able to build such a building in such a short time. Oh my God, brother, do you live in such a place in Monarch City? When Li Yun saw the White Deer Manor, she felt as if it had been reborn. The size of the manor was 10 times larger than the Li residence. It turned out that Li Zhongjiu used to live in such a place. In King's City, he was actually so powerful. Li Yan could not believe her eyes. Was this still her brother? It wasn't like this before. These are all newly built. Li Zhongjiu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Nangong Wuji to be able to come up with something like this. The manor in front of him had all kinds of pavilions and loft. Young master, you are back. Yinghu stayed in the manor to take care of things. There had been a lot of things going on recently. However, it was relatively peaceful. Li's Chamber of Commerce was also thriving. After all, Li Zhongjiu was a living signboard. In addition, the few big clans wanted to curry favor with Li Zhongjiu. Naturally, they would support him secretly. Now, in Sacred Flame Royal City, Li Zhongjiu was the one they could not afford to offend. Where is Nangong Wuji? Li Zhongjiu naturally had to reward this old man for building such a huge manor. Unexpectedly, Li Zhongjiu was overjoyed that he had such a method. Elder Nangong went to ask for some building materials. He said that he wants to build a training block like the 5 Elements Yuan house. Yinghu said. Yinghu had witnessed Nangong Wuji's means in the past few days. He knew that Nangong Wuji was capable of anything. Moreover, Nangong Wuji's method of asking for materials was basically swindling. Nangong Wuji would use every trick to get materials, but he wouldn't pay for them. Where is he going to get the materials? When Li Zhongjiu heard that Nangong Wuji was so ambitious, he was very satisfied. Li Zhongjiu felt that Nangong Wuji was not bad. Li Zhongjiu decided to give him some benefits in the future. Qi Clan. Qi Clan? Li Zhongjiu was stunned when he heard this name. How did this guy get involved with the Qi Clan? However, he did not care about the situation. Li Zhongjiu. That's right. Where are the disciples that my Li family sent over? They are all arranged to stay in the academy. After saying that, Yinghu led Li Zhongjiu and the others to stroll around the newly built White Deer Manor. Li Zhongjiu's small courtyard had been renovated into a big entrance. Some of the previous rooms were also smashed. It seemed that this place would be turned into a square in the future. The academy was located on both sides of the square. The academy was divided into many different areas. There was a place for learning elixirs, a place for cultivating Yuan Li, and various classrooms. There were all kinds of small courtyards in the deeper part of the academy. These courtyards were used as dormitories. The main hall was located in the deeper part of the academy. There were side courtyards and side halls on both sides. Ordinary guests would be arranged to stay in these courtyards. Only the core members of the academy could enter the secluded training area. There were also hidden sentry towers in the surroundings. Li Zhongjiu and the other masters' dormitories were located in the deeper part of the training area. However, it seemed that the building was not completed yet. While they were walking, Li Yun suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God, the layout of these buildings and roads is actually based on the array diagram." Li Yun suddenly stopped. When Li Zhongjiu came in, he vaguely felt that there was something different. However, he did not sense it as clearly as Li Yun did. She could tell the style of these buildings was based on the array diagram. Even Tian Fei couldn't help but glance at Li Yin. He didn't expect that this woman with an ordinary cultivation level would have such powerful insight. "Haha, I did not expect a little girl like you to be so discerning." Just as Li Yun and the others stopped, they heard a hearty laughter coming from the sky. Then, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Li Zhongjiu. "My pavilion is based on the arrangement of the array of 3 mountains and 5 peaks in the scripture of 5 flowers. It is not completed yet. Once it is completed, you will know how awesome it is," Nangong Wuji said proudly as he landed on the ground. His face was filled with undisguised pride. He was so awesome and arrogant. At the same time, he looked at Li Zhongjiu with a provocative look, as if he was saying, "Since I said I would make it for you, I will definitely make it for you." Li Zhongjiu nodded and looked at Nangong Wuji. "Awesome, awesome." Li Zhongjiu could not help but applaud. "Where did you get this girl? She has a good eye." Nangong Wuji looked at Li Yun with a look of approval. After all, these things were not completed yet. It took a lot of eyesight for her to be able to see the clues from these things. "This is my cousin, Li Yun. This is Nangong Wuji. He is building houses for our Li family," Li Zhongjiu introduced. "Nice to meet you, Master Nangong," Li Yun said respectfully to Nangong Wuji. After all, the old man in front of her was an expert who could use the array in this building. He was not an ordinary person. He could only do this if he had a good understanding of the array. Nangong Wuji was such a person. "Hey, you are so polite. When you have time, you should talk about your younger brother." "He is simply lawless," Nangong Wuji complained to Li Yin about Li Zhongjiu. Obviously, he felt that he was wronged and wanted to seek justice from Li Yin because he didn't receive the treatment that he deserved in this place. "Elder, where should I put these Xian gold pillars?" After Nangong Wuji finished speaking, he saw several young disciples joining hands to carry a 1-meter-long golden stick. But even so, bean-sized drops of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Apparently, it was very strenuous for them to carry it. "100 herbs? What are you doing?" Li Yun saw the newcomer. Wasn't this the outstanding disciple of the Li family, Li Baichao?